Welcome back to Victoria's Capital City Chaos. We're going into Game 11 of the weekend. This is Gorge versus Eaves of Destruction. The Eaves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Tsuk, Pachidat, and the Kwanghan people, also known as the Esquimalt and Songhees nations, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. We, as guests, recognize the importance of their ongoing relationship with the land that continues to this day. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Centre, Indigenous Perspective Society, and Raven, respecting Aboriginal values and environmental needs. I am going to introduce Gorge Roller Derby to you. Number 08, Faye Spounder. 10, Auntie Faye. 108, Murph. 23, Killer Bee. 2912, Scoldy Knox. 314, Kimbo Slice. 319, Fleetwood Smack. 350, Peach Clobber. 369, Fish Slap. 40, Nerder, she wrote. 409, Aftermath. 427, Machete Mashad. 43, Demanda. 707, Oh Snap. 777, Booyah. 811, Rolling Raptor. 911, Pickleback Jack. 5050, Lethal. I'm going to turn you over to my co-host, Vile. She's going to tell you about the Eaves of Destruction line.
So in white, we have 00, Fanny in the Pack. 02, Bazooka Langley. 09, Raven. 115, Lightning Striker. 1166, The Wife of Wrath. 21, Charlie Hearse. 250, Bugsy. 27, Honey Crueler. 31, Creeper. 4, Terminate Her. 452, The Frenzy. 5, Florence the Machine. 505, Flawless. 604, Trish Trash. 654, Goose. 7, Shango. 705, Violet Criminal. 73, Tombstone. And 78, Jerry Can.
Joining us in stripes on the inside and outside of the track are on skates officiating crew, head ref McAllister, inside pack ref Whack Job, jam refs Scary Be Cheesus and Shenanigans, outside pack refs Flair, Zed, and Hunky Dorky. Our non-skating officials this game are head NSO Lizard Beth. Lizard Beth is also our penalty and line tracker, joined by Mill Street Bruiser. Jam timer is Outrageous. Scoreboard operators, Read the Rules with scorekeepers Slayer Moon and Otter Mayhem. Penalty box managers, Tenacious D Cup, joined by Adam Smasher and Koala Mela. Also, I'm going to point out over 800 games officiating for both Read the Rules and Tenacious D Cup. Thank you for your service, Tenacious D Cup and Read the Rules. Outrageous calls us to attention. That whistle starts with the Rolling Raptor and Charlie Hearse as our jammers. Charlie Hearse for the Eaves of Destruction with a quick push up at the penalty. At the pivot line. Rolling Raptor currently behind all 4 of those white blockers. Outside line cleared by Charlie Hearse. Lead goes to the Eaves of Destruction. Rolling Raptor, helmet cover in hand, trying to get past the Wife of Wrath at turn 2. The Wife of Wrath with a hit out. Wow goes down. Rolling Raptor is through with an initial pass. Charlie Hurst recycling to the back. Hips around the outside and calling the jam. Visit the Bad Girlfriend's skate booth. They're open for about another hour. You can get $200 off of Solaris skates at the table. Payment plans are available.
As we line up for Jam 2, we have 2-7 Honey Cruller for the Eves and 4-0 Nerder She Wrote getting ready to go here. Off the line, Nerder She Wrote coming up the outside, taking down a blocker here and getting drawn all the way back by Terminate Her. Honey Cruller pushing up with some offense up the front. And Nerder She Wrote finds some room there, but is called lead, but goes down. And is called for a cut track penalty. So we are now going to be going for a 2-minute jam here. A successful star pass to the white pivot. Tombstone. A black pack broken up in 2 here, now reforms in turn 1. The Eves pull a train there, but some good defense from Gorge. Black Jammer returns to the track and finds a wide open space in the middle there. Eves have all their blockers back on the track as Lightning Striker tries to make some room for Tombstone. Peach coming around and into that tripod. Coming through again, finding Florence the Machine up front as they make it through on another scoring pass. Tombstone now out. Speeding up at the end of this jam as Tombstone comes in the back. Nerder drawn back by Terminator again. As we just do this whole turnover again. And after a 2-minute jam, we have a score of 10 for the Eves of Destruction to 6 for Gorge Roller Derby. A zero-sum change in score there. 2 minutes for not a lot of change.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them today, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2025. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com. I think I saw a signal of an official timeout. That's me. Machete Mashad and Goose lining up as your jammers for this jam. Goose into the middle of the pack. Machete Mashad hit to the outside. Eves of Destruction blockers recycled to the inside, but Machete Mashad comes with a good solid hit. Machete Mashad lead jammer for Gorge. Gorge's first lead this game. Goose is through with an initial pass for the Eves of Destruction. Machete Mashad hit to the inside by Flawless. Calls that jam with 3 points for Gorge.
Capital City Chaos is proudly supported by the Greater Victoria Sports Tourism Commission. Thank you so much for your support of this great event. Lining up here, we have Creeper for the Eves and Fish Slap for Gorge. Tight jam line start here as Fish Slap finds some room, but The Eves blockers jump up ahead as well. Creeper grinding at the back of the pack here. His Lightning Striker prevents some offense from 911 Pickle. Quick out of play call there. Gives Creeper some room, but not quite enough. We have an incomplete star pass here, it looks like. As Gorge just had a couple of penalties called, we have a power jam with Fish Slap in the box, and they're also down one blocker. Tombstone comes back to Creeper and completes a star pass here, so they're now your jammer of record. And that turn 3 here, Eves come to do some offense for Tombstone. Tombstone finding a tough tripod there of blockers from Gorge as Fish Slap returns to the track along with their blocker. And Fish Slap pushes their way through as Tombstone is returned to turn 4. Looking for some help from Lightning Striker. Everyone caught up a little bit here, takes a second, and comes through. Tombstone makes it. They do not make it. They are heading to the box. As the Eves jump to the front, we speed up the pack here. And that jam is called.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream, local handmade ice cream bars. They are not on site just now, but you can find them in local grocery stores in the specialty section. This is Auntie Faye, number 10. Yesterday we noticed Auntie Faye's toe stop jamming technique. That is putting them in good stead. This 5th jam of the game. Lead goes to Gorge while Tombstone starts in the penalty box. Power jam starts in favor of Gorge. Auntie Faye back in the pack. Offensive help from all 3 blockers. Flawless with the drawback, an attempted hit inside, but Auntie Faye dances up the inside line, takes away 4 points for Gorge.
Allies Integrated Health, healthcare that sees you. Visit alliedintegrated.health.
We have a lead change with that scoring pass by Auntie Faye. Our current score, Eves of Destruction 14, Gorge Roller Derby 17.
And we have Jerry Can for the Eves and Demanda on the jam line for Gorge. Jam comes on.
This is the first time out jamming for both of these jammers today.
Demanda pushing the pack up front as Jerry grinds in the back here. And Demanda is out for lead jam. Jerry has the star pass off, and we have a successful pass to Lightning Striker, who's in the tripod just as Jerry was. And is called on a cut track. So Lightning Striker will be going to the penalty box and a power jam for Gorge. Gorge holds a white blocker at the back here. And the Demanda will be going to the penalty box for a black back block there. So this means we will have a jammer swap as Demanda sits. Lightning Striker will be released. And now Demanda will only sit as long as Lightning Striker sat. Blockers wait for a jammer to re-enter the track. Some defense here from Gorge. Still in turn 2. We've not made it very far in this jam, which speaks to the defense of both teams. And Amanda will be going back to the penalty box for a cut track. So now we have a power jam for the pivot lightning striker that is now your jammer of record. They've made it through on their initial pass with 20 seconds left on this jam. Lightning striker makes contact with the Gorge tripod. Eve's doing a great defensive play there, stopping the drawback. And striker takes a second for a breather as this jam meets a natural close at 2 minutes.
We're going to have an official timeout as points go up on the board. That jam ends with Gorge showing 5 points altogether. Eves of Destruction showing 2. Allies Integrated Health, healthcare that sees you. Visit alliesintegrated.health. Our score right now, Ease of Destruction 16, Gorge 22. That last jam saw a lot of switching up between our jammers in the penalty box. 3 jammer penalties total in that last jam. Gorge had lead. They lost it with 1 jammer penalty. Lost advantage again with a second in the middle there. Lightning Striker also took a seat. We'd started with Jerry Can as our jammer at the beginning of that last jam. Jerry successfully handed that helmet cover on to Lightning Striker and then went and joined Lightning Striker in the penalty box. Charlie Hurst starting as our only active jammer in the penalty box. Charlie Hurst gets lead as Demanda joins the pack out of the penalty box. Demanda finds space on the outside, completes an initial pass. Charlie Hurst steps around the inside, moves to the middle, finds the outside, leaves the pack, calls the jam. 4 points, Eves of Destruction.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road. We're starting with the full 10 skaters on the track here. We have Honey Kruller and Rolling Raptor from Gorge on the line here. Honey pushes in and finds a nice line on the inside quickly there as Rolling Raptor is right on their tail. Honey gets a quick second there and calls it.
1 point on the board for Eves of Destruction, 1 point for Gorge. We are sitting at a 2-point game. The Accounting Agency, a trusted partner for your financial future. Visit accountingagency.ca. Jam 9 has Creeper on the line. They are joined by Nerder, she wrote. Creeper taking an advantage position at the very beginning. Declared lead. Nerder, she wrote, held at the back behind Trish Trash and Shango. The Wife of Wrath with a hold on the inside as Creeper comes and tries to get around 3-1-4 on the out. Back block is initialed to Nerder, she wrote. This is a power jam in favor of Eves of Destruction. Creeper still the only active jammer on the track. That is black number 314, assessed with a forearm penalty. Creeper back on the track. 4 points, Eves of Destruction. Creeper calls that jam, forcing a power start for the Eves of Destruction as we move into jam 10.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love. As we line up for this power start for the Eves of Destruction, we have Goose on the line. while Murder, She Wrote stands in the box. The Eves letting Goose push up the front, pulling the Gorge blockers apart and away. Murder, She Wrote returns from the box as Goose is heading there themselves. Murder, She Wrote, lead jammer here as they're joined on the track by their last blocker. Some nice offense there from their blockers, but they're held up by Fanny in the pack at the front. And Murder, She Wrote ices Goose in the box, a reverse to what we just saw from last jam.
Check out the Eves of Destruction Charter's online silent auction happening now. Adventures, treats, gift cards, and more from over 30 local businesses. Funds raised help the Charter travel for games and to host amazing tournaments like this one. Check out the posters around the arena for the auction link. We have an official timeout being signaled. A reminder to visit Bad Girlfriend Skates. They're open for another 40 minutes. $200 off Solaris skates at the table. There are payment plans available. Also, our merch booth will be open later on today. Team Canada merch proceeds support travel to Innsbruck, Austria in July. Machete Machad, our only jammer on the track as we go into Jam 11. Goose starting in the penalty box. Machete Machad with the Wife of Wrath to beat at the front. Machete Machad receives a penalty. That is a blocking with the head penalty. They will trade out with Goose in the penalty box. Lead is still open. Goose, the only jammer on the track, finds space around the outside. Lead goes to Eves of Destruction. Number 08 recycles back for Gorge. Track is wide open for Goose to fly on through the inside. They'll gather up 4 points as they go. Gorge blockers all rejoined on the track. Goose hit to the outside, a recycle all the way back by number 350. That is Peach Clobber. Machete Machad out from the penalty box, rejoining the pack. Goose gets some offensive help from Trish Trash, number 604. Machete Machad completes the initial pass. Goose on a point-scoring pass calls the jam.
Join us tonight for the Tight and Bright Party. It's at the rooftop of the Strathcona Hotel from 6:30 p.m. till late. Dress up for the Eves after party. And we have Jerry Can for the Eves of Destruction with Fish Slap for Gorge on the line here. Some tight tripods there. We have one blocker for Gorge in the box. So Lightning Striker free to do some offense up the front for Jerry Can. Some nice reforming by both tripods. Jerry making some space up the front as another Gorge blocker heading to the box here. But Fish Slap will be heading to the box for a low block. Jerry is called your lead jammer on this power jam. Gorge playing with 3 players on the track as Jerry comes in. And Jerry calls it off to give the Eves another chance at a power start going into Jam 13. Brings our score to 36 for the Eves of Destruction and 27 for Gorge Roller Derby.
We have a team timeout called by Gorge. That rolling whistle brings us back to gameplay. I'm going to remind you about the Tight and Bright party. That's on the rooftop of the Strathcona Hotel tonight, 6:30 p.m. till late. Dress up for the Eves after party. Jam 13 starts with Charlie Hurst as our only jammer on the track. Charlie Hurst driven back behind the jammer line, gets through. A little help from Flawless, and lead goes to Eves of Destruction. Eves blockers reforming at the back. Charlie Hurst comes through. Flawless holding pack. Chuck with 4 at the front. Flawless reforming pack. Chuck hit to the outside, coming in behind number 409 after Math. Chuck hit to the out. Fish slap hit to the in. Both jammers coming in the back. Flawless with fish slap on the outside. Fish slap into Trish Trash. Charlie Hurst takes a shirt whip off of Flawless into the back of Aftermath. Inside line opens up for fish slap. Initial completed. Charlie Hurst through with 4 points. Eves of Destruction.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring this weekend's MVP prizes. Reminder to also make sure that you are voting for the tournament MVP today. The QR code for voting is at the ticketing table at the front box office. We have Auntie Faye and Honey Kruller lining up here. As Honey Kruller finds some space and is taken down. Auntie Faye finds some space on the outside line, is taken down by Fanny in the pack, but Fanny goes out as well. So Auntie Faye is out and your lead jammer. The Eves setting up at the back here for Auntie Faye. Coming in, trying to find that inside line, but Lightning Striker bumps them to the inside. Honey Kruller pushing up the front there against one last Gorge jammer, which they get through here as Auntie Faye's completed their first scoring pass and calls it.
Bad Girlfriend Skates, your one-stop shop for everything and anything to do with roller derby and recreational roller skating. Find them on site today. Take advantage of $200 off Solaris skates at the table. There are payment plans available. Creeper and Demanda at the beginning of this 15th jam. Creeper taking a forward position, lands on the ground. Demanda comes up against the Wife of Wrath on the inside. The Frenzy trying to close that space on the inside. Creeper tries to get in there. Creeper up against 5050. That's lethal. The Wife of Wrath and Shan Go at the front of the pack. Slowing down Demanda. Creeper with a spin around the inside. Cut track penalty takes Creeper to the penalty box. This is power jam in favor of Gorge. Demanda still your jammer for Gorge. The Wife of Wrath in the way. Demanda looking to call that jam off, is not lead. Shango supporting the Wife of Wrath at the front of the pack. Wife of Wrath with a spin to the end, pack spreads wide. Demanda looks to their bench for some advice. Out of play in the front. Illegal contact takes Shango to the penalty box. Demanda skates away with lead. Creeper out of the penalty box, back against all 4 of those Gorge blockers. Demanda back against the Frenzy, Flawless, and the Wife of Wrath. Creeper recycled. Comes in behind number 08, Face Pounder. Demanda with the Wife of Wrath's hips to beat. That's 4 points for Gorge. Creeper looking for some help from Flawless. Drawn to the line by number 314, Kimbo Slice. Creepers working with 2 at the front. The Frenzy with a drawback at the back brings Demanda. A lot of motion there. Gorge ends up with 5 points. Ease of Destruction, 0.
Visit the Ease of Destruction's exclusive food truck vendor, Los Panas Kitchen. Some delicious Venezuelan food. I've heard nothing but rave reviews all weekend. Going into Jam 16, we have Goose and Rolling Raptor out for a lead here. Goose drawn back in the first straightaway. And Rolling Raptor the same. Terminator pulling them back to the jam line. Finding part of a line up the front. But being called on a cut track on Lightning Striker. So Goose is pushing up the front there in turn 2. As their blockers patiently wait. Lightning Striker coming in, trying to make some space and break things up for Goose. Goose has the helmet cover off as Lightning Striker breaks things up again, but Gorge coming back together, making this a grind for Goose. Rolling Raptor back from the penalty box here and in that white tripod. We will have no lead jammer here, so this will come to a natural end at 2 minutes, but we still have 35 seconds left here as the pack spaces out. Everyone gets back together around Goose here. Tombstone making some space for Goose to get around some of those hips as Rolling Raptor comes right into Goose. Both jammers out of the track and being pulled all the way back here. Out of play called, so jammers can hop back in. Rolling Raptor makes contact at the front into Lightning Striker. Is bumped out by Florence in the Machine as we finish that 2-minute jam. A lead change, I believe, here. Ease of Destruction scoring 4 points, bringing them to 44. And Gorge Roller Derby scoring 5, but bringing them to 41.
We have a team timeout called by the Eves of Destruction. Outrageous as Rolling Whistle brings us back to bang play. I'm reminding you to visit the Roller Derby Moms table in the vendor village for souvenirs and to support our junior roller derby. Jerry Can and Nerder She Wrote out as jammers for both teams. Jerry Can in forward position. Nerder She Wrote able to take advantage of Trish Trasser's penalty. Outside line is left open and Nerder She Wrote through with lead. 4 leads in a row for Gorge. Jerry Can with helmet cover in hand is in the middle of the pack. We have a successful helmet cover pass onto number 1166. Nerder She Wrote finds space on the inside, calls the jam before the Wife of Wrath makes it back. 4 points up for Gorge Roller Derby, and that swings the points in favor of Gorge, 45 to Eves of Destruction, 44.
The Eves' amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of our biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for all of us to enjoy this sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be a part of this awesome crew. As we have Machete Michaud on the white tripod up front here and Charlie Hurst in the back on the Gorge tripod. Machete's drawn back by Tombstone. Looking for space on the inside, as is Chuck. Chuck finds a little more and is called your lead jammer. Machete has the helmet cover off, drawn back again. Almost to the jam line here. Chuck finds a little gap and they just squeeze right through. We have a successful star pass to Kimbo Slice on Gorge as Chuck re-enters the pack. Coming against some tough blockers there as they get the instruction to call off the jam. And they do it in time to keep Gorge off the board in this jam.
Point advantage once again swings. Eves of Destruction up 52 points to Gorge's 45. In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road. Fish Slap faces off against Honey Cruller. Offensive help comes in from Flawless with a hit to the inside against Gorge Blocker. Honey Cruller still stuck in that pack. At the back, Fish Slap is up against Shan Go and the Frenzy. Wife of Wrath anchoring that. Flawless saving again with some offense, breaking up that four wall of Gorge Roller Derby skaters. Honey Cruller making a go for the outside. Number 911, Pickleback Jack follows through. 5050 Lethal with the push to the outside. Honey Cruller gets pushed back. At the back of the pack, we have Fish Slap still against Shango and the Frenzy. Wife of Wrath's anchor position gets challenged by 5050 Lethal. That breaks up that white tripod. Lead goes to Fish Slap. Honey Cruller in the pack, working on their initial pass still. The Wife of Wrath with an eye on what's happening up ahead comes in with some offensive help. Shango and Flawless at the back of the pack with Fish Slap. Honey Cruller at the front, 409 with a solid blocking move. Honey Cruller trying to get hips ahead. Shango and Flawless locking down Fish Slap at the back of the pack. Pack is being held by 08 Face Pounder in turn one. Fish Slap slowly moving back toward the pivot line. Honey Cruller pushing against 409 and 5050 at the front. Honey Cruller hit out. 409 aftermath with the drawback against Honey Cruller. Honey rejoins at the back. Fish Slap hoping to take advantage of the inside. That jam ends after a full 2 minutes of pushing. 4 points, Fish Slap and Gorge.
Salt Chuck Pies. Don't be shy, say hello to Pie. Grab one from their Bay Street Village location. We have Auntie Faye and Goose on the line here. As a Gorge blocker is told to return to their bench for not being in place in time. Goose is out as your lead jammer. Goose looking to capitalize on Gorge being down to 2 blockers on the track as they push into the pack and are out. They get 4 points for the price of 2 and call the jam before Auntie Faye can make it back. And we are at halftime.
Our score rolling into halftime is Gorge Roller Derby 49, Eves of Destruction 56. Violet and I will be back here in about 10 minutes. This is your cue to visit the vendor village. Refresh yourselves. See you soon. Anybody interested in skates from Bad Girlfriend Skates? You've got another 20 minutes to take advantage of that $200 off Solaris Skates deal.
Or to pick up any of your last Team Canada merch that will help the Canadian team get to Innsbruck in Austria in July. They're just getting ready with the lineup here to start the second half of this game with the Victoria Eves of Destruction with the Dales Gorge Roller Derby. And that whistle means we are back on. We have Charlie Hurst on the line for the Eves. And on the line, I believe this is Rolling Raptor for Gorge, number 811. Gorge starting at a disadvantage here. Only 2 blockers on the track, but they're doing a great job of holding Chuck for at least a moment there as they're called lead. Rolling Raptor has the star cover off as they run into the Wife of Wrath up front, and Chuck makes some way on the outside and runs into Aftermath right on turn 3 and is drawn back. Flawless with a nice defensive play, stopping the drawback all the way. Chuck trying to run through as Rolling Raptor is out of the pack. And Charlie Hurst calls it before they can make it back around.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love. Athletes are welcome to join Parkway Physio behind the scoreboard. Nerder, She Wrote, and Honey Cruller lining up behind the jam line, both leaving a lot of space so they can take a run up at that pack. Terminator with a roll back as that began. Nerder, She Wrote hit to the outside, recycled behind Lightning Striker. Honey Cruller hit to the outside. That's 409 Aftermath with the hit out. Honey Cruller being drawn all the way back. Nerder, She Wrote runs into Lightning Striker. Offensive help comes in from 911 Pickleback Jack, clears the inside line. Lead goes to Nerder, She Wrote. Nerder, She Wrote back into the pack, picking up points. Whip off of Pickleback Jack. Passes Terminator. Takes 4 points for Gorge. Honey being recycled. Helmet cover in hand. Behind pivot number 409, Aftermath. Pack is split. That makes space for Nerder, She Wrote to get through. We have a successful star pass to number 7-3, Tombstone. 4 more points on the board for Gorge. That pulls our score much closer. Gorge 57, Eves of Destruction 60.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Visit their bike cart wherever you find it in the community. They're not here this morning. They may be coming later. We have Creeper and Machete Michaud on the line. Last second helmet pass there to 314 to get a pivot on the track for Gorge. Machete pushing right up, riding their pivot for some space. As Creeper jukes around the back here with some help from Flawless. Lead is called for Machete Michaud for Gorge as Creeper takes the star off with a nice pass to the Wife of Wrath. Machete Michaud finds a nice line around the outside, sneaks around, and calls it for a quick 4 points for Gorge.
Points favor swings in favor of Gorge as they come up 1 point against the Eves of Destruction. Current score, Gorge 61, Eves of Destruction 60. Straight and narrow. At the end of every adventure, the greatest reward is a refreshing beverage with friends, both old and new. We have our varied species jam with Fish Slap and Goose on the track. Goose pushing forward. Fish Slap swimming upstream against 3 of those EOD blockers. Lightning Striker on the outside prevents the draw on the out. Tombstone Terminator reform at the front with help from Fanny and the pack. The Goose at the back, stuck behind number 08, Face Pounder. Terminator reforming at the front with Fanny. Terminator receives a penalty, reports to the penalty box. 911 Lethal, holding pack, then coming in with some offensive help. Pushes toward the inside, that's Fish Slap, jumping on the in. Lightning Striker with a draw to the back. Lightning Striker joins Fanny and Tombstone. Offensive help comes against Tombstone. Goose recycled to the back this time. 5050 Lethal with a drawback. 1 to beat at the front. 1 minute and 10 seconds till we get lead, and that lead goes to Gorge. Fish Slap coming back into the pack as Terminator rejoins the crew. Goose at the front looking to complete their initial pass. Goose is through. 5050 reports to the penalty box. We have a full penalty box right now. 5050 will be sent back to the track. We will start our next jam with 2 blockers and 1 in the queue for Gorge.
The Eves want to thank the Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities. They're dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. We have a start with Gorge on the disadvantage here with only 1 blocker on the track as Jerry Can makes contact with them and is out front. Auntie Faye going against a full line of Eves blockers at the pivot line here. 314 doing some quick offense for them as they're joined by a friend from the box. Jerry Can coming back around and into the 2 wall there. This is Face Bounder making a good hustle to join their friends up the front here as Jerry calls it off.
Score once again, only separated by a single point. Eves of Destruction 64, Gorge 65. Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the weekend's MVP prizes. Demanda and Charlie Hurst are our jammers out. Flo with a false start penalty or warning takes a pause there. Charlie Hurst reports to the penalty box. Power jam in favor of Demanda. Fanny with a hit to Demanda lands on the ground. Demanda with Terminator to beat at the front, joined by Tombstone. Pack spreads wide. Tombstone with a push to the outside. Lead. High block penalty takes Demanda to the penalty box. We trade out. Charlie Hurst comes back to the track. Eves of Destruction blockers hold back number 314. .319 receives a forearms penalty. Chuck gets out of the front. Initial pass completed for Eves of Destruction. Gorge jammer Demanda back on the track. Chuck takes another turn in the penalty box.
The Eves would like to thank the St. John's Ambulance for taking such great care of our skaters this weekend.
Rolling Raptor, our only active jammer out on the track right now. Charlie Hurst taking a little break in the penalty box. Rolling Raptor gets past Chan Go on the inside line, picks up lead for Gorge. Gorge in offensive position. They reform at the back. 3-1-9 goes in for a moment of offense. Chuck out from the penalty box. Gorge ready to receive them. Rolling Raptor at the front, working on a scoring pass. Up against Flawless, the wife of Wrath, supported by the Frenzy. Gorge pivot takes a seat in the penalty box. Pack is tight between turns 2 and 3. Space on the inside line. Rolling Raptor falls for it. The wife of Wrath in the way. Charlie Hurst pulled back, comes back in between the tripod. Skaters on the floor. Passive offense from Chan Go makes enough space for Charlie Hurst to complete that initial pass. That's through with points for Rolling Raptor. Charlie Hurst through with points for Eves of Destruction. Rolling Raptor looking for an inside line. The wife of Wrath with a hit on the outside.
We still have quite a tight game here with Gorge with 73 points to the Eves 71. Goose and Nerder, she wrote, lining up on the jam line here. As everyone rolls back, nice and quick. Goose doing a little defense there. Before jumping into that tripod, push to the inside. Nerder, she wrote, pushing the Eves blockers, stretching them out as they get called lead jammer. Lightning Striker trying to take apart the Gorge defense for Goose, make them some space as Nerder, she wrote, finds a nice line on the outside and find Tombstone waiting for them. Tombs with a great drawback all the way to turn 1, gives time the Eves time to reform. But Nerder, she wrote, pushes right through. Goose has the helmet cover off and has passed it successfully to Tombstone as Nerder comes right back through into the pack, meets Lightning Striker out front and calls it off before Tombstone can come back and score points.
The Accounting Agency, a trusted partner for your financial future. Visit accountingagency.ca. Machete Mashad and Creeper standing behind that jammer line. Pack rolls back tight together. All skaters able to be on the track are this time. Pack is slow in the straightaway between the jam and pivot line. Flawless flipped over the outside. Machete Mashad looking for space on the inside. Trish Trash with a hit to the end. Machete Mashad declared lead. Still has to complete that initial pass. Both jammers looking to complete initial. Creeper in the pack. Helmet cover handed to the wife of Wrath. No, that's the Frenzy. Machete Mashad through and a scoring pass comes back into the pack. Flawless went to the hit to the inside. Creeper on the ground. Machete Mashad on the ground calls the jam off. Machete Mashad being signaled 4 points. Current score, Eves of Destruction 71, Gorge 84.
Allies Integrated Health. Healthcare that sees you. Visit alliesintegrated.health. Gorge quickly getting to the track here as Honey Cruller and Fish Slap are your jammers on the line. Honey Cruller takes a spill to the inside, while Fish Slap battles it out against a couple of Eves blockers in turn 2. They're knocked out to the inside. Toombs and Florence the Machine drawing them back. Honey Cruller continues to push at that Gorge tripod. And Fish Slap finds that inside on their toe stops and is out for lead jam. Honey pushing in that tripod up there. That's 0-8 and 9-1-1 and Gorge as Shango returns from the penalty box. And Fish Slap is out for 4 points here. Honey Cruller continuing to grind in the straightaway. Tombstone up front trying to make some space for Honey and takes the star. Fish Slap getting some offense there by 409 Aftermath. And they're through as Tombs gets free for the Eves. An Eves tripod coming together in the back. Fish Slap makes contact as Tombs does as well. Terminator with another drawback to the inside for Fish Slap as Tombs is drawn back on the outside. Some great offense there from Gorge, making some space for their jammer, who is knocked to the inside. Honey Cruller now blocking, does a drawback on Fish Slap. Everyone all in a big scrum together here. All blockers, all jammers, as the jam is called. It's a large scoring jam for Gorge. That's 12 points, that jam, which I think might be our highest scoring jam of the game. It's been a very low scoring game.
You're right, Vile. Fish Slap with 12 points in that game. Sorry, in that jam. We have a team timeout called by Gorge.
And just a reminder for all players to vote for a tournament MVP. There is a QR code at the front box office that will take you to the voting form. The prize is sponsored by Roller Girl.
We're starting with Jerry Can and Auntie Faye as our jammers here in jam number 11. Auntie Faye hit to the inside by Flawless. Jerry Can with helmet cover in hand early. Lead cannot go to the Eves of Destruction. Auntie Faye eligible up against Flawless, the wife of Wrath. Anchored by Trish Trash. At the front, Aftermath. 0-8 Face Pounder moved out of the way by 4-5-2 The Frenzy. Jerry Can through with an initial pass, not lead. Lead declared for Auntie Faye. Auntie Faye calls that jam before any points go on the board.
Visit the Derby Moms table in Vendor Village for souvenirs and to support our junior roller derby travel. We have Charlie Hearst and Demanda up on the line. Charlie pushing through to the front. Demanda making some space at the back, running into Tombs, but some nice pick from Gorge. But Charlie Hurst makes it out of the pack first. They are your lead jammer. Demanda tucked to the inside by Terminate Her, brings a friend. That's Pickle with them. Charlie turned around and brought back. Eves are stretched out to the front as Demanda gets out on their initial pass. Aftermath reporting to the penalty box. And that brings it to 4 points for the Eves in that jam.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road. Creeper and Rolling Raptor are our jammers in Jam 13. Pack is moving back slowly. Creeper starting with some defensive jamming. Creeper not letting that space go until they see some movement on the inside. That worked out. Rolling Raptor takes a seat in the penalty box. Creeper jumps out with lead. Eves of Destruction looking to trap number 314 Kimbo Slice at the back, holding Pack back. Creeper through at the pivot line. 4 points, Eves of Destruction. Creeper back in the pack. Pack is spread. Flawless in with some offensive space. Lethal and Pickleback Jack at the front to be beat. Hit to the inside. Creeper calls that jam. Another 3 points EOD at the end of that. Brings our score up to Eves of Destruction 90, Gorge 96. We have just over 10 minutes of gameplay left.
A big Eves of Destruction thank you to our tireless photographers, Fatal Fantasy Photos and Negative Nancy. We all look forward to revisiting today's greatest hits through your work. Some great hits here by Goose and Nerder. She rode off the line here. Nerder looking for some help from Faye Spooner, runs into Trish Trash up at the front. Goose looking for some offense at the back from Florence the Machine. They're tucked into the inside and drawn back as Nerder working against that Eves tripod in turn 2. Everyone stuck together in a bit of a scrum here. Goose sucks back, trying to make some space for themselves, but that's 314 Kimbo Slice not having that. Goose finds a bit on the outside, but Gorge reforms right in front of them as the Eves have Nerder locked down there and knocked to the inside. A tough grind for all our jammers this whole game, really. Goose gets a little space on the inside. They're running up and are through for lead jam. Nerder has the helmet cover off as they push through all the blockers here. Goose back in the pack on their scoring pass. A big hit from Florence the Machine there on Nerder. They're knocked to the inside and are being assessed a track cut. So this will be a power jam for the Eves as Goose decides to call it, take the points they have, and take the advantage going into the next jam.
Gorge requests an official review. Official review requested by Gorge of a cut track penalty has been declined. Thank you, Mill Street Bruisery. Eves of Destruction sent out Honey Cruller as their jammer. Power start in favor of Eves of Destruction. Gorge with some rolling back. Eves of Destruction jammers or blockers take an assessment, come in with some help from Flawless. The Wife of Wrath comes in and gives it a go. The Frenzy gets things a bit mixed up. Pack moves past the pivot line into turn 1. Starts to spread out. Honey Cruller left with 3 at the front. Nerder, she wrote out from the penalty box looking for some inline space. The Wife of Wrath holds that in. Help comes from 08 Face Bounder. Hit to the inside and drawn back by Champagne. Honey Cruller at the front gets some help from Flawless. That whistle takes blocker number 319 from Gorge to the penalty box. Honey Cruller with 3 pushing at the front. Flawless holding pack, moving into turn 1. Nerder, she wrote, looking for space on the inside, steps out. Honey heads to the inside. Both jammers recycled to the back. Honey coming in just ahead of Shango. Flawless back in, causing some mayhem, hoping to give Honey a break. 9-1-1, Pickleback Jack with the drawback. Honey all the way at the back. Nerder, she wrote, still working on that inside line. Flawless holding it. Champagne and the Wife of Wrath draw that back in. Pickleback Jack coming around to support. Honey Cruller beats it at the front. Eves of Destruction get lead with 20 seconds left in the jam. Eves of Destruction call for their skaters to move forward. Honey Cruller hit to the inside. Three points, Eves of Destruction. This is a tie game, fans. I got goosebumps.
Yeah. You can't ask for much more on the last day of a tournament. Check out the Charters online silent auction happening now. Look for the posters for the QR codes around the venue. We have Jerry Can out for the Eves. And that's Machete Michaud for Gorge up in turn 1, making a push through the Eves blockers and is your lead jammer. Jerry Can in the back, helmet cover off, has a complete pass to Tombstone. Tombstone running around the Gorge blockers. No pack is called, and that means that Tombstone is out. Machete Michaud at the back looking for some space, but Jerry Can, who was your jammer, with a great knockout to the inside. Some high fives going around. And that brings us to 99 for Gorge to the Eves 96 with 5 minutes left in the game.
Straight and narrow. At the end of every adventure, the greatest reward is a refreshing beverage with friends, both old and new. Fish Slap and Creeper are our jammers. Creeper with lining up a little bit back, gets a run up to the back of the pack. Creeper with 1 to beat at the front, that's hips around. Eves of Destruction with lead. I've been calling that Creeper, but I can clearly see it's Charlie Hearst. Charlie Hearst threw in a scoring pass. 2 to beat at the front, while Fish Slap is recycled to the back. Champagne and the Frenzy at the back of that tripod. Charlie Hearst collects 4 points. Eves of Destruction with 100 on the board. Fish Slap working on the initial gets hit to the outside by the Wife of Wrath. Chuck hit to the outside. Both jammers being recycled. Fish Slap back in against the Wife of Wrath and Shango. You've got Pickleback Jack and Face Pounder with a drawback for Chuck. Chuck gets a little bit of offensive help from 505. Steps around the outside, collects 4 points for the Eves of Destruction. Kimbo Slice back from the penalty box, full contingent of skaters. Helmet cover in hand. That's a fish slap stepping out through the front. Charlie Hurst recycling at the back. That jam ends with 1 more point for the Eves of Destruction.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love. We have Auntie Faye and Goose on the line here with 2.5 minutes of gameplay left. A very tight game as everyone sucks back tight on the jam line. Auntie Faye looking for room on the outside. They have it until they don't. Auntie Faye reporting to the penalty box while Goose has a power jam and is out for lead for the Eves of Destruction. Eves lining up in the apex here. Goose makes contact. Looking for some help from Florence the Machine. Spreading out the gorge blockers who are doing a great job of holding them. Finds a bit of space but is knocked out to the outside. The Eves hold Gorge back from running Goose back too far. Have a tripod reforming here. Pivot tombstone holding pack as Auntie Faye returns to the track and runs right into Tombs, but is right through, and Goose calls it off. As it looks like we have a timeout being called by Gorge with 1:27 left in the game. The Eves have 109 to Gorge's 99 points. That whistle means we're back to this last little bit of our 11th game at the Capital City Chaos Tournament. We have Creeper and Machete Michaud on the line as all the blockers are tied up together here. A nice line, well, a nice wall for everyone to run right into. Creeper playing some defense with their tripod for a moment. Now making a break for it, running into Gorgeous tripod. That's Aftermath doing some great blocking there. Creeper looking for some space on the inside, does not find it. It's a tough fight for these jammers. Neither team making this easy as Machete Michaud gets through with Creeper hot on their tail. Pack is moving here. Both jammers signaling their teams. Both knocked out to the outside, drawn back. Frenzy and Creeper drawing Machete backward here. We might have some strategy playing in here as Machete decides not to re-enter the track. We're at a bit of a stalemate here. Creeper goes to reconnect and is out. Machete making contact with the Wife of Wrath here as Creeper is coming around. That was their first scoring pass. Machete still locked down at the back. Creeper. Both jammers together here. Creeper making a go with the Gorge blockers. That's 409 Aftermath with the drawback there. Holding the Eves blockers from drawing Machete too far back. Creeper now doing some additional defense. Some nice footwork, some quick movement, and this jam is over. Creeper picking up those last 2 points. Machete Michaud picking up the 4, bringing your unofficial score to the Eves of Destruction, 115 points, to the Gorge Roller Derby, 103 points. We will just wait for that final rolling whistle here. And there we are. A reminder that game number 12 will start shortly here. That will be Nuclear Free Roller Derby versus Dockyard. And stay tuned. Regrettal in the center here will announce your MVPs for both teams shortly.
All right, here I am in the middle with your MVP prizes. Gorge MVP Jammer, number 4-3, Demanda. Eves of Destruction MVP Jammer, number 2-1, Charlie Hurst. Gorge MVP Blocker, number 409, Aftermath. Eves of Destruction MVP Blocker, number 4, Terminator. Gorge Team Spirit Award, number 314, Kimbo Slice. Eves of Destruction Team Spirit Award, number 7-3, Tombstone.
The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Tsuk, Pachidat, and Lekwungen people, also known as the Esquimalt and Songhees nations, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. We, as guests, recognize the importance of their ongoing relationship with the land that continues to this day. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Indigenous Perspective Society, and Raven, respecting Aboriginal values and environmental needs. Welcome everyone to this amazing game that we're about to host right now between the Nuclear-Free Roller Derby and Dockyard Roller Derby. I'm Athena Latina, and I'm also joined here today with my excellent host.
Hello, I'm Curb Stomping Pole Shot. I'm going to read you the roster for the Nuclear-Free Roller Derby NF Bombs. Number 1111, Joe means Joe. 1129, repeat. 14, Cakes. 22, Sriracha. 30, Rip. 40, Punchy. 4242, Smash and Dash. 4468, Buns. 56, Mac Daddy. 713, Rennie. 75, Bam. 8, Dame Tamer. 838, Twitch. 87, Betty Davis Eyes. 89, Emsky Hammer. And 911, Killer Ella. And on the benches, Boots and Mao.
And skating in the white jerseys today for Dockyard Roller Derby's Wave of Mutilation, we have 1013 Hollis Seidel, 212 Charlie Pusheen, 23 MSG, 31 Lauren, 33 Chi-Chi, 42 Meg for Mercy, 425 Spunk Monkey, 57 Punky, 68 Naughty Mommy, 715 Calamity Clo, 8 Max, 80 Alley Cat Catastrophe, 815 Rat Attack, and 934 Mischief Managed.
And on the bench is Jay Smooth and Bo Derelict. Our skating officials for this game are head ref Mass, our inside pack ref Genuine, our jam refs Nitro, Glycerin, and other jam ref PH Demon. Our outside pack refs are Wiener, Professor Harm, and Outrageous. Our non-skating officials today are Adam Smasher, Pussycat, Time Bandit, Mr. Nitro, Batty, Dispenser, Read the Rules, Dirty, and Otter Mayhem. On the jam line, skating for the Bombs, we have Smash and Dash. Wearing the white cover with the blue star, that is number 88. 68, sorry, Naughty Mommy jamming for Dockyard. Lead jammer status is going to go to Smash and Dash in this first jam. A high block penalty is going to Naughty Mommy, sending the Dockyard jammer to the penalty box. Smash and Dash out on a power jam. Holly Seidel's getting back behind the pack to make some contact with Smash and Dash. Good thing Smash and Dash had some really strong offense there to help them along. Rip protecting them at the front. Smash and Dash gets through, picks up 4 points. It's a group effort for offense to get Smash and Dash through on the inside line. But Holly Title's going to contain that jammer and stop them at the front. Chi-Chi and friends containing Smash and Dash at the front. Meanwhile, at the back, Naughty Mommy back on the track from the penalty box, trying to find their way past Killerella and Rip. Smash and Dash on the inside picks up 4 more points for the NF Bombs. Chi-Chi looking to give some help to their jammer, ends up with a direction penalty going to the penalty box. Smash and Dash with the call off picks up a few more points.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them, consider if you too would like to help us rolling through 2025. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
Pack advantages for the Bombs. Jamming for the Bombs in this jam is Mac Daddy up against 425 Spunk Monkey. High block penalty being assessed to number 8, Max, for the Dockyard at the end of that initial pass for Mac Daddy. Spunk Monkey looking for that inside lane around Dame. Tamer gets knocked down, but as well as Dame, both of them go crashing to the inside. Mac Daddy through on the inside for 4 more points. With Dockyard out and completed the initial pass, Mac Daddy calls off the jam, bringing the NF Bomb score to 24.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream for local handmade ice cream bars.
Yesterday, I was told by some of the officials that when we mention our ice cream sponsor, Hazel's Ice Cream, they immediately want a Hazel's Ice Cream timeout, which I think should be mandatory now.
I like that. We could have all timeouts be Hazel's Ice Cream timeouts.
No stranger to the jam line, that is Sriracha with the star for NF Bombs, skating against number 3-1 Lauren as the jammer for Dockyard. Dockyard jammer Lauren hands off the star to the pivot, that is 815 Rat Attack. Sriracha looking for a last few points around Lauren on the outside of the pack, picks up 2 points for NF Bombs.
Capital City Chaos is proudly supported by the Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission.
Okay.
5 minutes into this game, and so far we've been seeing the NF Bombs shutting out the Dockyard Derby Dames. Out on the track, we are seeing Joe Means Joe saying, "Announcer, I didn't like what you just said there. I'm going to keep getting some more points." Trying to solidify that lead out against Naughty Mommy, who's up at the front with 2 more to beat against the NF Bombs. Looks like a forearm penalty is going to be assessed to one of the NF Bomb blockers, Twitch, heading to the penalty box. Joe Means Joe decides this is the good time to call off the jam, and we're going to be seeing 4 more points for the NF Bombs. No points to Dockyard.
The Eves of Destruction would like to thank Allies Integrated Health, healthcare that sees you. Visit their wellness center and book an appointment online at alliesintegrated.health.
Out on the jam line, we're seeing again Spunk Monkey and Smash and Dash both heading into this competition heavy and hard, but on the inside line, we do see Smash and Dash able to get lead, securing that for the NF Bombs. Spunk Monkey being dragged back to the back of the pack by Dame, meeting the shoulders there of Bam, and also looks like Emsky Hammer finding a little bit of inch on the outside, or should I say a few centimeters, because we're in Canada, to get out of the pack, but unable to come back into play before the jam is called off. 2 more points going to the NF Bombs.
We'd like to thank our trusted partner, the Accounting Agency, a trusted partner for your financial future. Visit theaccountingagency.ca for more information.
Meeting up on the jam line for the NF Bombs, we are going to be seeing Mac Daddy and number 31 Lauren for Dockyard Derby Dames. Dockyard Roller Derby, excuse me. Looking for a little bit of purchase. We've only moved just a little bit down the straightaway. Looks like a high block is going to be assessed to one of the Dockyard blockers. Looks like number 8, that is going to be Max. Lead is going to be awarded to the NF Bombs and Mac Daddy. Still some trouble against 4 blockers, now 3, now 2 for 715 Calamity Clo, who is our pivot turned jammer with that star pass. Quick recycle and reset by the blockers on the NF Bomb team, making it really difficult for that star to exit. We are seeing quite a few of the Dockyard skaters heading towards the penalty box, making it a little bit more difficult for their pivot to get out. Lots of laps points being earned by Mac Daddy, not even having to slow down, just catching their breath as they make some spins around on the track. Oh, colliding with number 3-1, incredible hit there. Decides that's a good time to call off the jam. 15 points going to the NF Bombs in that jam, number 6.
Roller derby is rough and tumble, and if you don't want to crumble, you go and visit Parkway Physio. They've been supporting skaters and volunteers alike all weekend at the back here behind the scoreboard. If you want to reduce your pain, improve your mobility, and get back to what you love, go and check out Parkway Physio.
Dockyard sending out, Naughty Mommy, but Sriracha is already out of the pack on that inside line, ready to make some points on a scoring pass. Escorted out Naughty Mommy, looks like by number 713 for the NF Bombs. A little bit of assistance from their teammate, number 42, trying to get Naughty Mommy some movement in the pack. Looks like a directional penalty is going to be assessed to number 934. That is Mischief Managed, heading to the penalty box. Looking back at the pack, trying to assess the situation, we decide we're going to go for another spin around here with Sriracha. And looks like we are going to be getting a forearm penalty assessed to Naughty Mommy, which means a power jam for the NF Bombs. Incredible teamwork happening up at the top of the pack with our blocking team here for Dockyard, trying to get as little bitty points as possible earned by Sriracha. The NF Bombs are going to try to assist their jammer with some hits to the outside, doing some really great offense, hitting out opposing blockers who have tried to stop Sriracha's path in order to allow them to continue going. No pass, no penalty does mean 3 points were earned on that last pass. 3 points, again, +1, that makes 4, coming around, beautiful. We do see Naughty Mommy has been released from the penalty box. Beautiful juke to the outside on one toe stop and leaving the engagement zone, zooming around. And that ends that jam.
Huge points put on the board by the NF Bombs, 19-4 in that one. That's the first 4 points gained by the wave of mutilation in this game.
Naughty Mommy with the bad move on the outside. I love it. Love that toe stop work. If you want to see some more fancy footwork, come over to the Titan Bright after party tonight at the rooftop of the Strathcona Hotel. Starts at 6:30 p.m. until late. Come and party with your favorite derbies.
Back on the line, we're going to be seeing Joe Means Joe for the NF Bombs, pushing up with that inside line against two Dockyard blockers, finding purchase just at the beginning of the curve. And not far behind, we see Spunk Monkey making tracks. We are seeing one of the Dockyard blockers heading to the box. That's number 2-3. Going to sit down a little while. MSG. End of that jam, we're seeing some points going up for our jam refs. 3 for the NF Bombs, no points for the Wave of Mutilation.
If you haven't already, check out the Charter's online silent auction happening now. Adventures, treats, gift cards, and more from over 30 local businesses. Help raise funds for the Eves of Destruction, for travel for games, and to host amazing tournaments like this. There are barcode auction links all around the arena, so check that out.
For the NF Bombs, we're seeing Smash and Dash against Lauren for the Dockyard Roller Derby. Smash and Dash up at the front of the pack, stretching out the bridge. Only 2, 1 more to beat. Nice recycle happening there. The blockers at the front, quick turnaround on their toe stops, gets Smash and Dash out of the pack. Lauren pushing against a really strong tripod at the back, looking to see if their pivot is available, deciding to take up that inside line, moving again to the outside. Big tumble by some of the blockers from the power of that jammer, and the star is free in our new pivot turned jammer, Calamity Clo, again taking that star for their team.
Big thank you from the jammer for communication. Definitely wanted to call off that jam as we see Calamity Clo coming in fast. 6 points awarded to the NF Bombs.
Still shutting out their opponents.
We'd like to thank a few of our beverage sponsors this weekend. If you didn't get to the beverage center earlier this weekend, we'd like to thank Straight and Narrow as well as Driftwood Brewery. Check out their bar and patio, and for Straight and Narrow, you can find them at your local liquor store.
If you want to pop into play-by-play again, you're welcome to. We got Naughty Mommy out there for the Dockyard and Mac Daddy for the NF Bombs. Daddy versus Mommy. We've got Mac Daddy out first, getting that lead jammer status.
Mommy still working around in the back, trying to find that purchase on the outside line, being escorted again into that tripod of the NF Bombs. Nice little bridge happening, trying to make sure their friends are able to hold back Naughty Mommy. Looks like Mac Daddy escorted to the inside of the track. Gonna go reset behind 4 of her opponents. 1 offense hanging out in the back. That is 8 max. Woo. And that concludes the jam.
Punky and Pink in the back there with that shoulder action, trying to keep Mac Daddy still. Only 3 points in that last jam for the NF Bombs, bringing them to 80 points. Wave of Mutilation with 4 points. Halfway through the first half here.
We're already halfway there.
We're already halfway there. Spunk Monkey, the jammer for Wave of Mutilation, up against Sriracha for the NF Bombs. NF Bombs in the front. Cakes reaching back to bridge for their skaters in the front. That is Spunk Monkey for lead for Wave of Mutilation. Sriracha with that toe stop work on the outside gets past 2-1-2 Charlie Pusheen at the front. Chuck working very hard with their partner at the back. That is 9-3-4. Mischief managed. Trying to hold back Sriracha at the back. Both jammers are out on scoring passes. Sriracha with some defensive jamming there, trying to contain Spunk Monkey before heading into the pack. Spunk Monkey tries to take the inside around Emsky Hammer, gets knocked to the inside and calls off the jam.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring this weekend's MVP prizes. Don't forget, after each game, we will be having MVPs for Jammer, Blocker, and Team Spirit over by the end of turn 1.
As well, you still have a little bit of time to vote for your tournament MVP. The QR code is at the ticketing table.
On the line, we do have Joe Means Joe meeting up against Lauren. Two incredible jammers meeting up against a beautiful blocking wall. Joe Means Joe able to take the inside line to gain that lead jammer status. Again, Lauren looking to their pivot for some assistance, able to transfer that star. Big hit by 1013, their pivot turned jammer. Looks like that's Holly Seidel coming around, making some beautiful wind in their hair. Joe Means Joe decides, I'm gonna call that off. That seems like a good time.
I love that Calamity Chloe. Like, here, let me help you. And then panicked because they weren't the pivot and went, no, take it back.
I do want to help you. Please help me.
No stranger to the jam line. That's Naughty Mommy jamming for Dockyard up against Smash and Dash for NF Bombs. Naughty Mommy taking that outside line for lead jammer status. Smash and Dash trying to do just that here around the outside, around Rat Attack there at the front completes that initial pass. We're going to see a forearm penalty being assessed to Naughty Mommy, sending them to the penalty box. This is going to be a full 2-minute jam now. Mischief Manage trying to manage Smash and Dash at the front with their teammates. Smash and Dash playing it safe. We don't want another jammer in the penalty box. Looking for that spot around the outside and gets out, picks up 4 more points for NF Bombs. Pack is all as we head into turn 2. Betty Davis Eyes trying to make some space there for Smash and Dash to get out. Dockyard holding strong at the front. Alley Catastrophe working hard to contain Smash and Dash. And then we have Rat Attack with the drawback there on Smash and Dash. Back into the turn. Naughty Mommy back on the track trying to get past Rennie and her teammates. And she does, but Betty Davis is right there to catch her once again. Davis with the drawback there on the outside. Naughty Mommy looking for space around Twitch and her teammates. Smash and Dash picks up 4 more points for the NF Bombs. Looking to score some more before the end of the jam. Alley Catastrophe with another force out there on the outside. At the end of the jam there, Smash and Dash able to pick up possibly a few more points. Dockyard putting 4 more on the board, bringing them to 15 total here in the first half. 3 points picked up by NF Bombs in that last pass. 15 points total in that jam, bringing them to 105.
We got Spunk Monkey out for Dockyard, hitting the back of Buns real hard there. Mac Daddy also spinning around on the inside line for lead jammer for the NF Bombs. Shortly after, Spunk Monkey just barely squeaking around the outside hips of one of the NF Bomb blockers. Quick jam as Mac Daddy approaches the pack, hoping for 2 points for the NF Bombs.
I've been watching Mac Daddy skate for years. I love that little spin that she does. It is so cute, and it works almost every time. Just whoop, whoop.
It's incredible when you see just not how strong a lot of the jammers and our blockers are, but also how agile they have to be as well.
Agreed. And some of them can do it gracefully, and some of them don't. I am not a graceful one, but Mac definitely is. That looked beautiful.
As long as it's effective, that's all that matters. And speaking of being effective, Sriracha on the inside line, getting that lead jammer status, running up lane 1 on that inside. Quick reset up at the front by the NF Bombs. We've got Repeat. We've also got Cakes in that tripod. Little offense coming in to try and help out their jammer. Lauren getting stuck back in that tripod one more time. Another burst of offense coming from their teammates. Despite the best NF bomb defense, out is Lauren again.
Woo, quick step along the inside there, calling off the jam. That was excellent to watch.
4 more points for the NF bombs, 8 total in that jam. None for the Dockyard.
If you haven't already, go over to the Eves of Destruction merch table. It's in the back corner there behind turn 2. You can go get your wares over there, as well as the NF Bombs has some stuff out for you to check out too. Help them alleviate their luggage worries and come and buy their merch.
Out on the jam line, we're going to be seeing Naughty Mommy for Dockyard, and then Joe Means Joe for the NF Bombs. 1 more to beat up at the front. Big shoulder by number 8 on Dockyard. That's Max.
Wasn't able to stop Joe Means Joe, but I felt it up here in the skybox.
Naughty Mommy with that cap in hand, looking for their pivot. Joe Means Joe making everybody realize I'm here again. Please set up the defense. And out goes Joe Means Joe for another 4 points. Looks like we are having a little bit of adjustments going on in the pack.
Resetting the defense.
Joe Means Joe coming in like a bowling ball. Can't stop me. I got points to make, y'all. And then we've got still resetting a little bit of offense. Helmet cover pass completed by Naughty Mommy. Looks like to their pivot now turned jammer Max. Calling off that jam for looks like 4 more points. Total of 12 for the NF Bombs.
Mac Daddy on the jam line for the NF Bombs. With the star for Dockyard, that is Spunk Monkey once again on the jam line. Spunk Monkey looking for a spot around Twitch and their teammates at the back, but Mac Daddy bursts through the middle there, gets through, gets lead jammer status. As we jostle for position at the back of the pack here, Mac Daddy comes in hot through Dockyard, gets knocked to the inside, tries to pick up some points, but is unsuccessful. Both jammers are going back to the bench with 0 points.
Don't forget to visit the Roller Derby Moms table in the vendor village for souvenirs and to support our junior roller derby travel. Be sure to check them out with their rainbow lettering. I had some snacks there earlier.
So many nummies. Smash and dash back on the jam line up against Lauren for Dockyard. Lauren looking for some space around pivot. Holly Seidel in the middle. Tries to get past the inside around Cakes. Gets knocked to the middle. Has to come back around. Cakes is going to take a forearm penalty for that one, sending them to the penalty box, and they are joined by another Dockyard blocker. It is 3 versus 3 blockers on the track. Smash and dash out of the pack. Puts the first points for the NF Bombs of the jam up on the board. Lauren is also out of the pack and says, no way, you can't have all the points. I would like a few, but Smash and Dash calls off the jam before they can score any for Dockyard. 2 more points up on the board for NF Bombs.
I believe they say sharing is caring.
I believe they do say that, but I don't think that applies to roller derby.
Oh yeah, I suppose that's true. We all have some really great attitudes and an excellent sportsmanship throughout this tournament, but you know, there's one thing about sharing, another thing about earning.
Out on that line, we've got Naughty Mommy again for Dockyard, and then we've also got Sriracha for the NF Bombs. Both of them working against 2 incredible tripods, neither one really seeing any movement. Naughty Mommy pushing forward, trying to get everybody out of play, trying to create movement to try and get that lead jammer status. We do have a full contingency of blockers now. I'd love to see that penalty box being empty. We came here to skate, not to visit the nice NSOs in the penalty box. 2 more to beat up in the front for Sriracha. Third one going to match them, and instantly Sriracha decides, this is the time for lead jammer for me. Going back around, go make some points. Helmet cover has been passed over to a new jammer of record. That is Charlie Pusheen. Working around the outside. Naughty Mommy trying to offer some offense for the excellent pivot. We appreciate your sacrifice, pivots. Big hit from Sriracha up against that outside line. Number 4-2, not having it. That's Meg for Mercy.
It's a fresh line out on the track, and that is Joe Meets Joe with the star for NF Bombs up against Spunk Monkey, jamming for Dockyard. Spunk Monkey looking for that sweet spot around Twitch, gets through, but not fast enough. Joe Meets Joe with the lead. Twitch goes, oopsies. Runs to the front, hits Spunk Monkey to the outside, but it's going to take a penalty for it. It's going to the box. Joe Means Joe comes flying around into turn 2, gets knocked to the inside there by Max. Ends up with a cutting the track penalty, sending Joe Means Joe to the box. That is going to be a full 2-minute jam. Spunk Monkey with 4 points up on the board for Dockyard, looking for some space with help from Max and Mischief Managed. They get out of the pack, putting 4 more points up on the board for Dockyard. Bam with a force out there on the outside in turn 3, knocking Spunk Monkey to the outside. That's not going to stop Spunk Monkey looking for that sweet spot around Buns and her teammates. Joe Means Joe returns to the track with some force, knocking the pivot on the inside down. Completes the scoring pass, putting 4 points on the board for the NF Bombs. We see a star being transferred to the pivot. That is number 2-3, MSG for Dockyard, now jamming, looking to put up points for the Wave of Mutilation. MSG looking for a opening on the inside, collides with Rip there, gets knocked to the inside, comes back around. Meanwhile, Joe Means Joe at the front of the pack completes that scoring pass at the pivot line, puts 4 more points on the board for the Bombs.
Shout out to our amazing crew of dedicated officials, one of our biggest assets here at Eves of Destruction. Though we have 2 teams that get to change, they get to sit down, they get to take a little break. Our skating officials skate every single jam. If you would like to get more skating in, speak to any official or EOD member and find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
We have an official review being called by the NF Bombs. 1 minute, 15 seconds left on the clock here in the first half. NF Bombs in the lead with 151 points. Wave of Mutilation with 30 points. That was a very long jam, that last 2-minute jam, but Wave of Mutilation able to double their points with that jam, putting 15 more points on the board for them.
Huge amount of points earned by both teams in that last jam, 15 and 11, and that 15 was with a star pass. Shout out to Pivots. All I can say is that.
Shout out to Pivots. They love us and they hate us, jammers.
They know what they're doing when they put that hat on. They made a decision.
Have you ever had a pivot look at you while you're jamming and just be like, no, when the star's already in your hand?
It's this moment where everything slows down. The betrayal is real, where you're holding out the star and they say no. And you're like, but why?
But why?
The math was good. Help me help you.
While you're waiting for us to get back to roller derby, please go and check out the Hardcore's craft table at the back, featuring homemade gear spray made by the Bush twins. Smells delicious. I was down there smelling it myself.
And
Lovely.
you know a friend that probably needs some gear spray.
If you are not that friend already, I am that friend.
Be friendship, spray and wash your gear, everybody. It's good for your skin.
Okay, so question. Speaking of washing gear, are you a washing machine gear washer or are you a bathtub gear washer?
I am a washing machine gear washer. I even have special bags that I put all of my gear into. I'm really meticulous.
But my skin is sensitive. I'm baby.
Oh my goodness, that's so precious. A soft, delicate flower playing roller derby. I love it.
Aren't we all delicate flowers?
Roses do have thorns.
That is correct. They made a whole song about it.
No, we're not allowed to sing on the microphone. We already got in trouble for that earlier.
That's what the after party is for, everybody. Make sure that you show up to the after party tonight at the Strathcona Hotel. The theme is tight and bright, whatever that means to you. I have heard things about a beverage called the Shaft, that it is special to the region. I may have to partake in a beverage of sorts.
I had a blast last year at the Capital City Chaos after party. It was awesome.
Ooh,
All right.
something's happening.
Official review was asking for a back block. Nope. Okay. They asked for a low block and it was denied, but we are now assessing a back block penalty
It was assessed.
to the Dockyard Jammer. It's going to be a power start here for the NF bombs. Lauren was so excited to skate with Mac Daddy. She was like, all ready to go. But we are on a power start. It is going to be just Mac Daddy starting on the jam line here in this round.
I would also be excited to skate with Mac Daddy, but maybe not on a power start where that inside gets cleared by their teammates. Doesn't even have to slow down, only gain speed, looking to make more points for the NF bombs. Setting up in the back, crashing into the back of numbers 1013.
A back block penalty is going to be assessed to Mac Daddy. That does mean we do lose our lead jam status in this
Particular jam. MSG has been released from the penalty box, comes out quick, meets against the 713. Looks like Rennie. Quick recycle up to the front by the NF Bombs blockers, meeting them up in the front, trying to stop MSG here on turn one. Little assistance from 1013, their blocker trying to get them. That is Holly Seidel offering some offense up at the front. Now we have Mac Daddy released from the penalty box. Good shoulder hit on that inside, taking a little tumble themselves before moving along to the outside. Again, number 1013, just all over the track today. Holly Seidel was up in the front, now they're in the back, holding up the tripod. Love to see it. Great recycle, everybody. Just keep it green, recycle. Mac Daddy still working along the back of the pack, able to out-juke and move to the inside, but is given a second penalty on that forearm. Looks like Emsky Hammer is also going to be joining them in the penalty box for a direction of play penalty. That does leave MSG alone out on the track. Looks like a cut track penalty is going to be going to number 911, Killarella, joining their buddies in the penalty box. Full of blue over there. MSG able to find some space in the center of the track, taking a little breather before coming back over and trying to make some more points for the wave of mutilation. Leaving two blockers out on the, in the back of the pack for the NF Bombs. Looks like Rennie is there with their teammate, number 1129, who is going to be getting a penalty going to the penalty box. That's repeat. Looks like 3 points are going to be given to the Dockyard and
4 points going to the NF Bombs.
That penalty box with the revolving door there to finish that first half of roller derby. NF bombs with 155, wave of mutilation with 33 points.
And that rolling whistle does mean that it is our halftime. What an incredible first half. Looking at the score is not indicative of how incredible these athletes are skating today. So go ahead and grab yourself a libation, go to the baño, whatever you need to do before you come back and watch this second half of amazing game with the NF Bombs and Dockyard Roller Derby.
1 minute 33 seconds before we start the second half of this awesome game. NF Bombs, all the way from Red Deer, here playing against the Dockyard Roller Derby Wave of Mutilation. If you haven't already, go and check out our vendor village. We have merch from the Eves of Destruction and Capital City Chaos Tournament merch over there. We also have the NF Bombs merch set up there at the back, so help them lighten the load on the way home and go and buy some merch. We also have the Rotten Apples Junior Roller Derby there selling snacks and drinks if you need a refreshment. Roller Derby Moms set up there. They are fundraising to help their Junior Roller Derby skaters travel for their travel season, so help them out. And then we also have the Hardcore's craft table. If you're just joining us here for this game, at the end of the first half, we had a bit of a revolving door there in the penalty box, so the pack advantage is going to go to the Dockyard to start the second half. Looking to take advantage of that is Jammer 3-1 Lauren, wearing the star for Dockyard, Wave of Mutilation up against Smash and Dash for the NF Bombs. It's only going to be Rip and Emski up against Lauren at the back of the pack there. Smash and Dash looking for a spot around Punky there on the inside. Killerella comes out of the box to help out her teammates there at the back. Smash and Dash manages to stretch the pack out for a no pack. Still contained there at the front, up against Punky. High block penalty being assessed to one of the Dockyard skaters, allowing Smash and Dash to get out for lead jammer status. Emski hitting Lauren to the ground there in the inside of turn 1. Thought we had a force out, but Lauren comes in clean. Mischief managing Smash and Dash at the back, but Smash and Dash takes the outside there. Got caught up on pivot. Calamity Chloe at the front there, gets through, puts 4 more points on the board for the NF Bombs. Lauren stuck at the front there with Emski, Rip, and Killerella. As Smash and Dash comes in, takes a huge hit there with Lauren there on the outside. Lauren gets back up though, manages to get past Repeat. Smash and Dash looking for a few more points there. Gets through, calls off the jam, putting 4 points on the board for the NF Bombs.
On the jam line, we have lined up Naughty Mommy and Mac Daddy. Looks like a little pushing on the outside by Mac Daddy. 1 more to meet. Number 8, quick recycle. They've got 2 more to beat. Suddenly 3. The math is mathing up at the front. And suddenly Mac Daddy is out for lead jammer. Naughty Mommy in the back against that tripod of the NF Bombs. Looks like against the back of Twitch. Holding strong, moving along to the outside. We've also got Repeat in that tripod. Betty Davis Eyes is the last bit of defense up at the front for Naughty Mommy getting out. But right behind them is Mac Daddy deciding, I'm going to call off this jam. Let's reset. Refresh.
Two fresh jammers on the jam line. That is Sriracha with the star for the NF Bombs up against Spunk Monkey for Wave of Mutilation. Spunk Monkey looking for that inside lane with some help from MSG, but gets knocked to the inside. Sriracha gets out first, picks up lead jammer status. Not before Spunk Monkey can come out as well, ready to score some points, but Sriracha goes, nope, calling it off. It's really interesting to see like clock management now that we are into this second half, what the strategies are going to be around the clock. Are we going to do quick calls? Are we going to drag it out? Like, what are we going to do? So
It's always reliant upon the big brains of those who are the bench staff, have smart athletes, incredible strength. Speaking of incredible strength, really big hit going on there on that outside. That does give a forearm penalty to
Joe Means Joe.
leaving lead jammer available for Lauren. Dockyard and the Wave of Mutilation coming up against Emsky Hammer and Killerina in the back. Big, strong four wall there. A little cube action happening in the back of the pack. Some offense coming in from their teammates, trying to get Lauren out of here.
Take advantage of this power jam situation.
Caught up again on the outside of Killerina. Little escort out there, looks like by Repeat. Sorry, that was Rennie. Joe Means Joe has been released from the penalty box. A no-pack call does try to get Emsky Hammer up there to allow the pack to continue and blocking to happen. That does mean Joe Means Joe had been released.
Call off coming from Dockyard. Some points going up on the board for Dockyard in that one.
4 big ones, bringing their total up to 37.
those were some hard-fought points. Lots of great offense there from the Dockyard blockers, trying to get their jammer past those nuclear-free blockers. It was definitely a team effort on that last jam.
Especially after 3 days of games, seeing all the speed and intensity still happening on the track is incredible.
Seeing Naughty Mommy on the line there for Dockyard, and we've got the NF Bomb smash and dash. Both of them being caught up in the pack against their respective opposing blockers.
But Smash and Dash finding an outside opening
For lead jammer, Naughty Mommy following shortly behind, getting out up over number 8-7. On that approach, a little offense coming from Betty Davis' eyes. Smiles and a call off coming from Smash and Dash.
Smash and Dash with the smiles comes back and thanks Max for that little smack there, laying down on the inside, calls off the jam. I've been there a time or two. It's always fun when you're getting smacked around by smiling faces.
Love you, boop.
Out on the line, we've got Spunk Monkey for the Wave of Mutilation in Dockyard. And then also for the NF Bombs, we've got Mac Daddy. Big pushing up on the inside line. A little bit of an escorted whip from Cakes on that inside, saying, Mac Daddy, get out here. I'm trying to save your life. Spunk Monkey coming out, also looking for a little breath of fresh air against those NF Bombs, looking to escape, but is hit out of bounds. Looks like by number 911, Killerina. Setting up that tripod again in the back to capture that Spunk Monkey. Got Mac Daddy coming in real hot on that inside, escorted out by the Dockyard Derby Dames captain, number 5-7, Punky. Calling off the jam.
We had a failure to reform penalty for our pivot there. 2-1-2, Charlie Pusheen, a.k.a. Chuck. Leaving Dockyard with 3 blockers to go into the next jam, 4 blockers for NF Bombs. Bam. Setting up a back wall with her teammates there, Rennie and Davis. They're gonna try and control jammer Calamity Clo. We've seen Calamity with the star as a pivot with the star pass, but not yet a jam start for Calamity Clo. It's gonna be a power jam for them as Sriracha goes to the penalty box. High block penalty being assessed to NF Bombs Twitch. A little bit of confusion there on the inside of turn 1 and 2.
Looks like the jam had been called off in order to protect the safety of a downed skater who then picked themselves up and is going to take care of it. But it was too late. We already had some whistles, so the jam was declared potentially dead. So I think the officials are going to have a chit-chat about it, and maybe we'll find out some more information.
Dockyard calling for an official review. We have Sriracha in the penalty box, joined by Twitch. While we are waiting to hear the outcome of that official review, we would like to thank all of our amazing sponsors that you've heard us talk about all weekend. The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay that you all enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2025, contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com. Naughty Mommy with the star there for Dockyard. They are on the power start. 4 blockers to help Naughty Mommy get through on the inside there for lead jammer status. You can hear cheers from the bench saying, "You got this, Mommy." And as Holly Seidel comes in to offer some offense there to get Naughty Mommy past Rip and her teammates. Sriracha comes out of the box, gets through, and completes the initial pass. The box is empty now as Twitch rejoins the pack. Naughty Mommy completes the scoring packs and picks up 4 points for Wave of Mutilation, bringing them to 41 points here, 10 minutes into the second half.
Speaking of mommies, make sure to check out the Roller Derby
Mom's table in the vendor village. Get yourself some souvenirs to take back home and feel good about
supporting Junior Roller Derby and their travel. Back on the line, we're seeing Joe Means Joe for the NF Bombs, going against Spunk Monkey for the Dockyard. All along their toe stops on the outside. Spunk Monkey had found a little bit of movement, but unfortunately was escorted out by number 1-4 Cakes, who is now doing a great job bridging between the two parts of the pack.
Looks like a track penalty is going to be assessed to Spunk Monkey and Dockyard.
So that does leave Joe Means Joe on the track alone to make points for the NF Bombs. Talking to their blockers on what they would like to do as they approach the pack. Joe Means Joe going up against 4 strong blockers from Dockyard. Little offense happening, giving them some purchase. One more to beat up at the front, and Joe Means Joe with a big hit does get out for 4 more points. 3 blockers on the track to be able to assist Joe Means Joe against those 4 Dockyard Derby skaters on the track. 2 more to beat up at the front. 3 working together, catching Joe in a nice little triangle. Spunk Monkey has returned to the track to try and get out, make some points for Dockyard. Big tumble in the middle. Everybody looks like they're getting up all right. Love to see it.
Looks like a low block penalty is going to be assessed to Spunk Monkey, going back to the penalty box.
I heard a rumor that there was ice cream there from Hazel's Ice Cream.
There's a lot of big hits in that last jam, and we'd like to thank Parkway Physio for taking care of us after getting smacked around. They reduce pain, improve mobility, and help us get back to what we love. Thank you to our sponsor, Parkway Physio.
Smash and dash out there on that power start for the NF Bombs. Coming across the chests of 3 different blockers, just ping-ponging their way across
Turn 1.
Looks like a penalty is going to be assessed to one of the Dockyard blockers.
Heading to the penalty box, that's number 8, Max.
Once again, Smash and Dash approaching the pack.
Hit to the outside on their toe stops, right on the line, decides I'm
Still in bounds and continues skating. We have had Spunk Monkey return to the track from the penalty box, taking off their helmet cover, waving it like a flag, trying to get it past to their pivot. Is now getting assessed
a high block penalty and heading back to the box for their efforts.
Once again, Smash and Dash alone on the track. It's a lonely life wearing the star. Heading back to make some more points. Don't be lonely for long. Here's some more friends trying to stop all the points to the NF Bombs. Quick reset back together. We do have a full contingency of blockers back out on the track. Quick glance back at the box by Smash and Dash, trying to gauge how much time they have before they are no longer alone wearing that star cover on the track. 3 more up at the front to beat for Smash and Dash. Twitch coming in saying, would you like a little assistance, my friend?
Woo! Attempted apex jump, and I say attempted because it was stopped by number 713.
It's Rennie. Still escorting the jammer outside, doing a little lateral tracking movement in the back of the pack.
Sticking like glue to that Spunk Monkey. Beautiful long jam. Incredible athleticism. 4 more points going up on the board.
Looks like we are having a timeout being called to those wearing the white jerseys. Dockyard Derby.
We'd like to take this time to thank a bunch of our lovely sponsors that we've had all weekend for Capital City Chaos. We'd like to thank Driftwood Brewery, as well as Straight and Narrow. Some delicious beverages were being sold this weekend. Thank you very much. We'd also like to thank Salt Chuck Pies and Hazel's Ice Cream, as well as the vendor that you saw outside all weekend serving up some delicious Venezuelan food. That was Las Panas Kitchen. Thank you so much for helping us stay hydrated as well as fed throughout the weekend. If you're still feeling thirsty or need a snack, you can go to the back of our vendor village to see the Rotten Apples Junior Roller Derby. They've got some delicious things going on over there.
You bring a great point. It's very easy to get sucked into the action and forget you need to take care of your body, keep you on the track.
Make sure to eat and drink, folks. It's important. On the line, we've got Mac Daddy for the NF Bombs against Naughty Mommy for the Wave of Mutilation
Dockyard Roller Derby. Big push by Mac Daddy, gaining some traction up at the front, squeezing through the hips of her opponents, heading out on their lead jammer status. Naughty Mommy escorted to the inside, unfortunately meeting up with a jam ref on the inside. It's a little close quarters in there, everybody. Successful star pass to now the pivot turned jammer. That's number 23.
MSG once again taking the pivot or the helmet cover for their jammer.
Making some success. One more to beat up at the front, number 8-7. Now 2 to beat as they recycle forward. Squeezing in between the two of them to get
Out of the pack.
NF Bombs call off the jam.
Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities, is dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Greater Victoria that benefit the entire community. Thank you so much for your support, Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission.
Small pause while we have an official timeout indicated by the
Signaling here at the pivot line.
And we're back. Halfway through the second half here, NF Bombs in the lead with 209 points, Wave of Mutilation with 41. We seem to have a jammer in the penalty box now. Dockyard gonna have Charlie Pusheen in the penalty box to start this jam up against Sriracha, who just got out of the pack for lead jammer status. NF Bomb setting up a 4-wall of doom there at the back, coming in to make room for Sriracha to get by, and it is successful, putting 4 more points on the board for the NF Bombs. Alley Catastrophe getting a taste there of Sriracha, but gets knocked to the inside there. Sriracha does a quick skip and a hop past Chi-Chi there. Meanwhile, at the back, we got Chuck back on the track there, takes the inside around in turn 2 to complete that initial pass. Sriracha turns around, looks to the bench, and calls off the jam.
A big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Fatal Fantasy Photos and Negative Nancy. We all look forward to revisiting tonight's amazing action and huge hits through your beautiful work. Out on the line, we're seeing Joe Means Joe for the NF Bombs and Spunk Monkey out for the Wave of Mutilation. Looks like Joe Means Joe is going to be lead jammer. We are having a forearm penalty, it looks like,
To number 7-5, Bam for the NF Bombs.
large attack at the back of the pack there from Joe Means Joe. Really strong hits entering the engagement zone. Spunk Monkey finding a little movement on that inside line, able to escape the pack, coming back around, trying to make tracks
Joe Means Joe deciding to call off the jam.
as they approach turn 1.
Joe Means Joe skating out of bounds. Calls off the jam, receives a skating out of bounds penalty, sent to the box to join Bam there. It's going to be a power start here for number 3-1, Lauren. Pack advantage for Dockyard, trying to get Lauren out of the pack here. Lauren gets knocked to the inside there and brought back by M-Ski Hammer. Lauren comes in with a fire under her, gets through most of the blockers, but gets caught by M-Ski at the front. Trying to maintain pack there was Repeat, but they kept skating during the no pack, going to go to the penalty box there. One less blocker for Lauren to deal with. Takes the outside there. Gets knocked out by M-Ski at the front. Gets back into play. Meanwhile, at the back, that is Joe Means Joe coming back in from the box with a vengeance, coming up against Alley Catastrophe. Both jammers contained in the pack here as we head out of turn 2 and into the straightaway. Joe Means Joe removed the helmet cover earlier, is putting it back on to go and get some points. Lauren trying to find a way around M-Ski there on the inside, calls off the jam after putting 4 points on the board for Wave of Mutilation.
After seeing some of those huge hits, I think I'm going to go visit Parkway Physio just from the indirect property. Reduce pain, improve mobility, get back to what you love. Check out Parkway Physio. On the jam line, we're now seeing
Charlie Pusheen and Smash and Dash. Smash and Dash living up to their name and dashing up that inside line.
for lead jammer status. Charlie Pusheen pushing the last 2 blockers for the NF Bombs, passing one more and escaping the engagement zone, making their way back to a scoring pass. Smash and Dash on that outside in the middle, turns around and calls off the jam, smiling, saying, "Oh, yeah, I'd like to call it, please. Give me some points, thanks."
Official timeout being called here on the inside. 10 minutes left in the half. The penalty box is empty. And while we wait, we would like to thank Allies Integrated Health. Healthcare that sees you. Visit alliesintegrated.health for more information. We'd also like to thank the accounting agency, a trusted partner for your financial future. Visit theaccountingagency.ca for more information. We have some confusion here with this official timeout. It's going to be a jammer penalty for Dockyard, sending Charlie Pusheen to the penalty box. It's going to be a jam start here, or a power jam start here for Mac Daddy and the NF Bombs. Blockers jostling for position here as we wait for the official timeout to be over. We get the green light from the score clock. We are ready to go. MSG with a hit there on Mac Daddy as the jam starts, but that's not going to slow Mac Daddy down. Cutting of the track penalty assessed to 3-0 for Blue Rip, leaving NF Bombs with 3 blockers to help Mac Daddy. Mac Daddy knocked to the inside there at the front, forced to come back and around at the beginning of turn 1, and then again knocked to the outside there by number 8. That is Max with a good hit there. Captain Punky for Dockyard trying to contain Mac Daddy. Mac Daddy takes the outside around pivot. Holly Seidel gets through for lead jammer status. Chuck back on the track with the star for Dockyard. Fighting up against Rennie and Killerella at the front. Takes a bit of a spill there and Killerella catches them. A no pack allows Charlie Pusheen to get through and complete that initial pass. And just as they're about to come in and score points, Mac Daddy gets out, puts 4 points on the board for the Bombs, and then calls it off.
Less than 9 minutes left in this game. Quite a score differential here. Could not anticipate how large of a score difference there is based on how intense this game has been. Just watch what's happening on the track. Be impressed. Because I am. I'm exhausted just watching. Spunk Monkey up that inside, outside, and now getting lead jammer for the Dockyard Roller Derby. Not to be outdone, Sriracha also goes to the outside, trying to find a little bit of an opening past number 815, getting past 434, again trying to get past 815, and one more to beat, 715, getting out of the pack. Already have Dockyard making some points, hoping to get a little bit more. 2 points going to Spunk Monkey and Dockyard Roller Derby.
After this game, you're going to see a microphone down there after the game to assess the MVP prizes. We would like to thank Roller Girl for sponsoring this weekend's MVPs, as well as the tournament MVP award will be handed out after this game as well.
Quick runner along the inside gives Joe Means Joe lead jammer status. Lauren working in the back of the pack, working alongside their pivot. Little defense happening there as they recycle back up to the front to join their teammates, trying to stop Joe Means Joe getting these points. Beautiful chest-to-chest work, almost tabletop happening there for number 4-2 on Dockyard. Joe Means Joe still trying to get through the last 3 against, and able to burst through.
Lauren still working in the back of the pack, looking to their friends for assistance, takes a little tumble. Looks like the star has been passed to the captain of Dockyard. The pivot turned jammer, Punky. Looking for a little opening with their shoulder, trying to break the seam between those blockers on the NF bombs. Still working hard on that inside line. Everybody's trying to assist their jammer. A little pull back as Joe Means Joe goes out of bounds. And they decide this is a good time to call it.
If you haven't already, check the Eves of Destruction's Charters online silent auction happening now. It ends in exactly 1 week from today. We have prizes from over 30 local businesses, so check out the posters around the arena for the auction link and help support the Eves of Destruction Travel Fund. Up on the jam line, that is Smash and Dash with the star for the NF Bombs up against Holly Seidel with the star for Dockyard. This is the first time they are starting out on the jam line as the jammer for Dockyard. Both jammers are ready to score points. Killarella with some offense there as Smash and Dash comes through. 1 point given to Dockyard there in that last pass. 3 points for the NF Bombs. Mac Daddy fresh to the jam line here for the NF Bombs. Up against Spunk Monkey. Dockyard with the four wall there at the back. That's not going to slow Mac Daddy down. She gets through on the inside for lead, but Spunk Monkey coming up fast behind forces Mac Daddy to call it off.
I'm pretty sure Spunk Monkey just needed to catch up and say, "You're doing a great job."
Just had a little,
Great work. Love jamming with you.
Little ooh.
small boop. On the jam line, we're seeing Lauren coming out for the Dockyard roller derby and
Sriracha for the NF Bombs.
little bit of distance there for Sriracha to try to gain some speed against the defensive line of Dockyard.
Being able to create a little movement and move up to the front,
Stretching out the pack. Boops against the hip of number 5-7 on Dockyard, but doesn't slow down. Just takes a little 180 and keeps
skating already back to the pack to get some scoring past points. Nice little side surf and able to get out around turn one. Lauren still working in the back of the pack. Looks like Twitch and number 911 holding it down. Also number 713
also doing a great job of stopping Lauren.
Little rotation happening up at the front with Sriracha trying to escape from MSG. Also coming around again for another scoring pass. Lauren working hard against those NF bombs. The blockers going into a little defense themselves. No pack call, and the blockers come back together. Big hit against number 3-3 Chi-Chi by Sriracha. Quickly back up and rejoins their teammates. Escorted out of bounds there by Dockyard. Sriracha back in the track, trying to make some more points, trying to get past these blockers. Almost escorted out, but able to stay on their skates. Pivot turn jammer Calamity Clo now in the back of the pack, trying to get past these NF bombs. Pushing forward like a sled push. We've done that in the gym, everybody. Now we know the sport that they're training for. 8 hard-earned points by the NF bombs there. 12 points rather than 8. No points going to Dockyard.
2 minutes left in this game. If you haven't gotten enough roller derby this weekend, you can stick around for the next game at 3:30. That is GVRDA's B team versus EODB. No stranger to the jam line. That is Spunk Monkey up against Betty Davis Eyes for the first time here on the jam line. Davis with the outside line there gets lead jammer status for the NF bombs. Joe Means Joe with the pivot at the front, knocks Spunk Monkey to the outside. Meanwhile, Davis comes back into the pack, forced to come in behind Alley Catastrophe there at the back. Spunk Monkey knocked out of bounds there, drawn back into the straightaway. Meanwhile, Davis puts another 4 points on the board for the NF bombs. Emski Hammer working hard here at the back to try and contain Spunk Monkey with buns. Holly Seidel and teammates at the front looking to contain Davis here as we head into the middle of the turn. Davis with a sneak around there on the outside puts 4 more points on the board for the NF Bombs. And as the star goes from Spunk Monkey to Holly Seidel, the jam is called. 8 points total for the NF Bombs, bring them to 262 with Dockyard still with 48 points. More than likely our last jam here of the game. Dockyard with a disadvantage there, 1 blocker in the penalty box. That is Smash and Dash looking to take advantage of this advantage. Gets through in the middle, gets lead jammer status. Smash and Dash looking for a tiptoe there around Max there in turn 4. Gets through, puts 4 more points on the board for the NF Bombs. Bam gonna receive a penalty there during that jam, leaving the Bombs with 3 blockers to contain Calamity Clo. Max and friends contain Smash and Dash at a standstill here as we are in the middle of turn 4. Calamity Clo at the back here trying to find a way around Rennie and Repeat. As we head past the jam line, that is a star pass for Dockyard. But Smash and Dash gonna call off the jam after putting 6 points on the board for the NF Bombs. Unofficial score, 268 for the NF Bombs, with 48 points for Dockyard's Wave of Mutilation. Stick around for your MVPs of the game as well as your tournament MVP award. After that, we're going to take a quick break here with our next game starting at 3:30.
All right, beautiful people. Remember, for your MVPs, we are going to be bringing it over here to turn 1.
You can do the regular MVPs over there, and then we'll do the overall MVP afterwards.
I've since been corrected. We now have time to do MVPs on the inside of the track, which is pretty cool.
Athena, how you doing down there?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm about to slap some hands with some amazing athletes.
Athena's here in turn 1. She's going to be doing the MVPs. Athena, do you have the game MVPs in your hand?
I sure do.
Oh, good. Okay, we just have an extra up here then.
I was really quick. You'd missed me.
You're so fast.
I was speedy.
You are a speedy on and off the track.
Great work to all these amazing athletes this weekend. Incredible sanctioned game. Hope everybody really enjoyed watching Dockyard really working so hard. Amazing effort by all these amazing and excellent athletes. Great sportsmanship. Love to see it.
Do these MVPs like normal, and then we're going to still do the overall MVP? Or have to count?
That seems to be where they've been coming today too, like the last 3 days, so it just makes sense.
All right. For the MVP jammer for your NF Bombs, we have Sriracha. Your MVP jammer for Dockyard is going to be Spunk Monkey. I'm I'm juking. MVP blocker for the NF Bombs is going to go to Rennie.
Congratulations, great work.
And your MVP blocker for Dockyard Roller Derby will be Punky.
Great work.
And our Team Spirit Award for the NF Bombs will be going to Emski Hammer. Dockyard's Team Spirit will be held and earned by Holly Seidel. Big round of applause for our MVPs and our amazing athletes, Dockyard and NF Bombs. Amazing, amazing. All right, beautiful Derby fans. Before our final contest of the evening, we do have a few special announcements. Dear to the Eves of Destruction heart, first I shall pass the mic off for a very special announcement.
She didn't want us to say anything, but we couldn't let it go by without being acknowledged. But Puma Pants just finished their 300th game. We love you, Puma. She's ignoring us right now. Annika, congrats on your 300th game. We love you. Okay.
It's an incredible amount of dedication, time, heart, just intention that comes with those many games, whether that's you're on skates, off skates, a fan, a family member, a Derby spouse. If you have one of those, they know. But we do have one final thing before we get into this game. A lot of you have put in your votes for the tournament MVP. And it took a little while for our volunteers to count them up. Thank you for taking the time to put in your vote. And here we go. The winner of the Capital City Chaos MVP of the tournament, hailing from the Greater Vancouver Roller Derby Summit, Ziggy Starcrush! Big congratulations to Ziggy, the winner of this amazing piece of artwork. Capital City also has offered you Roller Girl gift card and also Eves of Destruction merch. And this beautiful commemorative patch. Let's hear it for Ziggy Starcrush one more time, everybody.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Eves of Destruction Roller Derby. We have GVRDA B team versus the Eves of Destruction B team.
And for those of you joining us in the venue, thank you so much for sticking around for the last game of the tournament. For those of you tuning in online, I'm so glad you're here joining. I am here as your announcer, Creeper, and I'm joined by another pal here.
That's Goose. I'd like to take a minute to do a land acknowledgement. The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Algonquin and Pichada and, the Songi, Pichada, and the Algonquin people, also known as the Esquimalt and Songhees Nation, allowing us to play the sport we love and host the event on the traditional territory. We honor and to live on this land and are working towards reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our community. We, as guests, recognize the importance of their ongoing relationships with the land, and as we continue to do this to this day. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Indigenous Perspective Society, and Raven, respective Aboriginal values and environmental needs.
Should we kick it off with some rosters for this game, Goose?
Yeah.
All right, so joining us from the Greater Vancouver Roller Derby Association, the B team, the Cascades, we have number 1, Twig, number 111, Bo, number 12, Sonic Boom, number 151, Nikki Fury, number 224, Do-Si-Do, number 28, Stalker, number 313, Dread the Red, number 40, Lashes, number 404, Identity Crisis, who also happens to be our captain of the team this evening, number 51, Malice, number 57, Big Dick Barb, number 66, That Dumb Bee, number 91, Green Envy, and number 92, A Lot of Java.
For the Eves of Destruction, we have 0, Regrettal, 00, Fanny in the Pack, 02, Bazooka Langley, 06, Fat Bottom Hurls, 09, Raven as our captain, 14, Kitty Catapult, 19, Gravity Assist, 250, Bugsy, 5, Florence and the Machine, 604, Trish Trash, 61, Veronica D. Vile, 613, Mill Street Bruisery, 7, Shango, 705, Violet Criminal, 73, Tombstone, 78, Jerry Can, and 89, Tank.
From the Greater Victoria Roller Derby Association, also failed to mention we've got some bench staff out there. We've got Betty Bad Touch, Sharky, and Liz joining the team on that side. And for our Ease of Destruction, we have Coach Rolando. We have Management, Slam It Janet. We also have Wow joining us on the bench. And I think we've got a third base coach as a Flawless. All right, we're just about ready to kick off. Hope everyone's excited and ready. Looks like to start us off, we've got Hurls jamming for the Eves of Destruction B team. And for GVRDA, we have a Big Dick Barb out on the jammer line. Oh gosh, the anticipation's killing me.
I know, this is my favorite part.
Okay, we've got EOD lining up on the back line with GVRDA coming in to suck back at the start of the jam. We've got Hurls pushing up the track, but Big Dick Barbs just manages to get on the outside line. EOD coming in with some offense there to kick us off. Big Dick Barb hitting the back of the pack for their, just past their initial pass. They're able to score points at this point. And Hurls is out, also able to score points. Big Dick Barb calls it off.
I love to watch the strategy progress as the game goes on.
I know those first few jams are a little like nerve-wracking. You're not really sure what the other team's gonna do. You're kind of trying to plan in the moment, but yeah, as this game progresses, I can't wait to see all the flips and changes.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the first few jams, those are your learning jams.
Okay, so we have Kitty Catapult out for EODB, and we have, looks like number
Twig.
01, Twig out jamming for GVRDA, but it's Kitty Catapult who gets out as lead jammer. Kitty Catapult approaches the back of the pack, just slinks by, is able to get through, while our GVRDA jammer has put on the star once again, but Kitty Catapult calls it and gathers all 4 of their points.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund this gameplay you enjoy, as well as to tell you more about them tonight. Consider if you would like to help us keep rolling through 2025, contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
This is a volunteer-run sport, so all the funding we get is super helpful to keeping these games going. As we kick off this jam, we've got Gravity Assist, number 19 for EODB.
up against number 2-8, Stalker for GVRDA. GVRDA's Jammer's doing a great job pushing up that center, but it's Gravy who sneaks out and takes that inside line for lead Jammer. Oh my goodness. Oh, a little bit of a pile up there at the front of the track, but here we got Gravy coming in, approaching the back to hopefully score some points here. A hard-fought turn up at turn 1 for GVRDA. Jammer unfortunately getting recycled back to the pack. Oh, we've got a star stash here, and it was a star change. We've got a lead Jammer change for number 2-7 for GVRDA. 2-2 rather.
Do-si-do. Yeah, we have a lot of really wonderful, amazing volunteers that help make all of this happen. It's actually incredible how our whole league really comes together to make these events happen. We have Tank for the Eves of Destruction and Sonic Boom for GVRD. Both of them getting run back here. Tank coming in, pushing up at the front.
Holy guacamole, Regretto comes in with a big hit there at the front of the pack and lets Tank out for lead Jammer.
Sonic Boom with the hat off, looking to pass. Oh, the Eves are not making it very easy for that pass. Promptly calling it off.
Hey, I just want to say a big shout out to Parkway Physiotherapy, who's done an amazing job keeping our skaters limber and moving and able to skate through an entire weekend of roller derby. Lauren at Parkway personally helped me recover from some pretty serious ankle sprain, and so I just want to say a huge thank you to them for supporting us through this tournament weekend.
On the line here, we have Trish Trash for the Eves and Big Dick Barb for GVRDA. Barb is pushing hard at the front there, but the Eves aren't giving much room for her to move around. Offense trying to come in, but it doesn't look too successful. Trish looking for that offense. This is a hard-fought pack.
Oh my gosh, and look at that. Number 5-7 Jammer for GVRDA is out. Trish Trash fighting hard at the front of the pack there, landing a couple hits on the GVRD blockers. This is Trish Trash's first jam of the tournament weekend, and it looks like they've been doing it the whole time.
Looks like our first power jam of the game.
Oh, this is going to be fun, Goose. This is going to be a little bit of a flippity flop for our jammers, a little switcheroo.
Yeah, I love a do-si-do.
Our jammer from GVRDA hits the track once again with just a little brief sit down there. And here comes Trish Trash off the back of the pack.
Got some beautiful offense by Vi. And Trish getting through.
This is incredible. We have to remember that these skaters have been skating all weekend long, still laying these massive hits, still taking these massive hits. Even from all the way up here, I can hear the communication on the track is just incredible, helping these blockers to really lock down jammers down in the back of the pack.
Yeah, Barb really did a wonderful job of skirting through on the outside line there.
Look at that. That's 1 point for Eves of Destruction. And looks like 4 points for GVRDA.
Capital City Chaos is proudly supported by the Greater Vancouver Sports and Tourism Commission.
Hey, this is a really big deal, I gotta mention, because roller derby is often overlooked as a sport for funders. But the Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission came through for us this year, provided us with some funding to make this tournament happen. So we just want to say a huge thank you to our friends at Destination Greater Victoria and the Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission. Thank you for recognizing our sport and recognizing the hard work that we do to make things like this happen in our city.
Yeah, the progression of roller derby has really done this like amazing thing where I feel like when it first started out, it was like seen as more of theatrical, and like now as it has progressed, it's really like become this amazing sport.
But we got to keep fighting for recognition. So please, everyone out there in the crowd and on the stream, tell your friends. Tell your friends. We got roller derby here in Victoria. We got roller derby in Vancouver. We got roller derby in Tacoma. We got roller derby in Alaska. We got roller derby everywhere. So make sure you tell your friends.
Yeah, I've actually convinced 3 of my coworkers now to join roller derby. They came out yesterday to watch our game that evening, and then came out this morning and watched our game this morning, and they're dead set on joining us in September.
It's one of those things, when you get into it, you get hooked pretty quick, and it becomes a big part of your life, and we absolutely love it. So yeah, please, we welcome everyone and anyone to come and join us here at the Eves of Destruction, and I'm sure any of the visiting teams are feeling the same way. So
yeah,
it looks like we are just wrapping up a bit of a pause here, but we are on the track with Kitty Catapult as jammer for for Eves of Destruction rather, and we have number 01 Twig jamming for GVRDA.
We got Twig pushing up at the front here, getting some offense from 154.
Oh, Veronica
Getting
Vile
out
holding
with
it down
lead.
at the front. Holy guacamole. Kitty Catapult fighting their way through, and they're out. What a quick jam. That was amazing. Love to see it. I don't know if anybody was able to touch base with the Bad Girlfriend skate booth this weekend, but my gosh, we were so thankful to have them here. I know a couple of the visiting skaters weren't necessarily anticipating the slipperiness of our floor, but luckily Bad Girlfriend skates were here to help equip us with what we need so that those visiting skaters feel comfortable and confident on the track.
Every time I see Bad Girlfriend, I'm always like, I gotta get myself a new pair of laces and knee gaskets and everything else. Looks like we have hurls out here pushing their way up to the front, getting the lead successfully. Stalker's not far behind, however.
That was awesome. I love a little knee slide through the pack to get out. Oh, Hurls
like
calls it. Sorry, Goose, I'm walking all over you there. Hurls calls it with 4 points, but GVRDA manages to sneak 2 points in there as well. Oh, looks like Gravy is lining up for Eves of Destruction. We've got number 1, 2, Sonic Boom. Oh, boom. It's a 3-on-3 pack. Oh, and it looks like Gravy has managed to get lead, although still in the pack. Sonic Boom takes the outside and is out. And the Coach Rolando is urging Gravy to call it, and they do. That is a 0-0 jam. Amazing. Now, Goose, have you ever had a Straight and Narrows beverage?
Yes.
Oh my
I
gosh.
love
We
them.
are so lucky here in Victoria to have amazing distillers and brewers. So I just want to do a big shout out to Straight and Narrow for their fantastic canned cocktails, as well as Driftwood Brewery for being such incredible supporters of the sport that we love. So thank you to them both.
Looks like we have 705 Violet Criminal for the Eves of Destruction, and we have Big Dick Barb out for GVRDA.
Looks like, unfortunately, GVRDA's pivot is taking a seat in the penalty box, leaving only 3 on the track. But Shango from Eves of Destruction has now re-entered the pack after serving a penalty, making it a 4-3 pack.
Oh, Violet's getting pushed out by 51. Looks like Big Dick Barb got lead on this one.
Big Dick Barb is out as lead jammer on this one, but there's a great star pass from Violet Criminal over to Bazooka Langley, but just as Big Dick Barb captures all 4 points, 3 points, they called the jam off.
We also have Allied Integrated Health, healthcare that sees you. Visit alliedintegrated.health.
Okay, so we're starting up at the jam line, but at the 5 seconds, we're still at the jam line. This is going to be an interesting start.
We have Tombstone for the Eves of Destruction, and we have Twig for the GBRDA.
Number 224, Dosey Do, re-enters the pack after serving a penalty.
Tombs coming out with lead.
Oh, it's a bit of a jammer race situation. Here we go. Little jammer on jammer action. Oh, but Tombstone calls it.
I love jammer on jammer defense. It is amazing to see how athletic our jammers are, and when they hit each other out, it is incredible to watch.
Jammers can block too, okay?
Yeah.
Just a reminder that we have an after party after Capital City Chaos. We're all going to be heading down to the rooftop of the Strathcona Hotel, so meet us there for the Titan Bright party. Hurls is out as lead jammer, but we have number 28, Stalker, coming up pretty quick here. Hurls picks up maybe a couple points and gives it a call. I'm just looking for the 1 point and calls it.
You know what's crazy? I'm not very good at accounting, and I still haven't done my taxes. So I think I'm going to reach out to the accounting agency, a trusted partner for your financial future. Visit theaccountingagency.ca.
I mean, if they sponsor roller derby, they obviously know what's what.
Yeah, I really need their help. Look at Kitty Catapults over here. 1-4 for the Eves of Destruction against Sonic Boom. 112. Sonic Boom coming out with the lead. Not far behind them is Kitty Catapults. Calling it off pretty promptly here. Giving us a 0-0 jam.
Yeah, it's totally a tight game at this moment. We got 21 for Eves of Destruction, 16 for GVRD Cascades. This is pretty wild. I mean, it's low scoring, but it's definitely high hitting. There's lots of great action on the track right now, so loving what we're seeing up here.
Also, I was joking about my taxes.
Gravy is pushing up the outside line, but we have number 5-7, Big Dick Barb, who's pushing on the inside at the moment. Both jammers fighting hard at the back of the pack. Oh, Gravy gets a little bit of a recycle out there while Big Dick Barb is aiming for the in. Oh, but gets pushed out as well, and that's Gravy out for lead jammer. Big Dick Barb pulling off that star cover, doing a little stash, maybe looking for a pass with their pivot. But Gravy just absolutely sneaks on the inside line and takes 4 points. Big Dick Barb catches that in, manages to get out, but Gravy is fast approaching the back of the pack, gets a couple of points here, and they call it off. So it looks like 6 points being awarded to Eves of Destruction B team. Unfortunately, a no-pointer for, 5 points for Eves of Destruction B team and a no-pointer for GVRD Cascades.
You know what? We have an amazing silent auction on the go right now.
Oh, snap. I've seen the items. They're really great. If you're sitting in the seats down below right now and you got a moment, I'd do a little Google, find it. I think we have a QR code somewhere inside the venue here.
Yeah, we have a paper floating around the venue. You can also check it out on our social media and find it on our Instagram.
Sorry, Goose. We got Twig out as lead jammer, while Tombs is very quickly fighting up that outside line. Gets hit out, but steps in very legally.
Oh.
Oh.
Some excellent line
Number
work there by
151
Toombs.
trying to hit Toombs out there, unsuccessful. Unfortunately, picks up a penalty for that. For those of you watching at home, just know that it is toasty in here. We've had a hot weekend here at Capital City Chaos, and our skaters are doing an amazing job despite it being a little warm in the venue. We have 705 Violet Criminal lining up against 28 Stalker. Stalker manages to knock Violet Criminal out on the inside line. There's a little nudge from Violet Criminal to Stalker there. Got a scrum happening. Oh, but Stalker looks like they are moving their way up the pack. Bazooka Langley doing an incredible job doing some one-on-one blocking there. And ooh, Violet Criminal gets out and is lead jammer. GVRDA providing a little bit of offense for Stalker there up at the front, hopefully get them out. But Violet Criminal is fast approaching the pack. Number 151, pivot for GVRDA, does an amazing job grabbing Violet Criminal's momentum, but Violet Criminal calls it off.
I had a delicious brownie earlier yesterday, and it was amazing. It came from the Apple's bake sale. Just
Those
down there.
Derby moms, I mean, they're doing overtime. Give a big wave to our Derby moms. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for supporting our junior athletes, taking care of business, and keeping us well fed throughout the tournament. So thank you so much.
We actually have Kitty Catapult, who is playing right now, who will be attending the World Cup in Australia.
World Cup juniors. Okay, so our jam is on, and we've got hurls for Eves of Destruction, pushing up at the front here.
And Sonic Boom over here in the back, getting some defense, some offense here from.
That dumb B, just excellent with the offense.
Hurls hard push in the front.
As two jammers sitting
Getting
up here,
some
we can
offense
attest that it is so hard when you've got a pack that's absolutely not moving. So my heart goes out to the folks who are slogging out there.
Hurls getting some offense here from Jerry Can.
Sonic Boom did manage to get a little bit out, but the Eves of Destruction have reformed in front of them. And look at that, Hurls is out as lead jammer. Lash is coming in to provide some amazing offense. Trying to help get that pivot out, who's now taken the star.
Looks like we have Nikki Fury now as our jammer. Hurls calling it off.
Hot diggity dog. It's 2 points for Eves of Destruction. I am absolutely thrilled with this game so far. I don't know. How about you, Goose? How you feeling?
It is, I love a game that is so neck and neck. It keeps me engaged. I think it keeps the players engaged.
I hope they're engaged too. Jeez Louise. Okay, so number 5-7, Big Dick Barb is out as lead jammer, but Kitty Catapult is slinking through. Gets a little hit there by number 111.
We have a very active pack right now. Woo! Everyone's hitting and moving and slicing and dicing and Kitty Catapult getting a cut. We got a power jam for GVRDA.
Yeah, after watching quite a few games this weekend and playing in a couple, I'm noticing that this is a great game for physicality. We're seeing a lot of offensive plays, a lot of offensive sweeps in, taking out players to hopefully get those jammers through, and it's working. There goes number 5-7, Big Dick Barb, out as lead jammer.
I've also seen some really incredible things that new plays that I haven't seen before, and so I'm really excited to go back and watch the footage again on our Twitch. Or on YouTube.
Kitty Catapult re-entering the pack quick and fast right at the back of GVRDA there, but unfortunately gets recycled back by number 5-1, Malice. Oh, but manages to sneak through. Grab a couple points. like to take a moment to just thank our incredible reffing crew who's been at it all weekend long. We've got some fantastic skating officials, non-skating officials, as well as folks who are heavily working on stats for us throughout the weekend. We couldn't do it without you. And for anyone out there in the crowd who's interested in participating in roller derby, but maybe full contact isn't your thing, I highly, highly encourage you to come and check out NSOing or officiating with us. If that's something that's on your wish list or something you're hoping to do, please just chat with any Eves of Destruction member and you learn how you can join us.
Yeah, we'll be doing a Learn to Skate in September that we do every year. And so we'll be recruiting skaters then. And even if you don't want to play the game, you can always learn to skate and become an official.
I learned to skate with a couple of folks who we went through the Learn to Skate program, and by the time we got to the derby hitting portion, they're like, it's not really for me. But they went on to become amazing officials who we see every week and are such an important and integral part of our community. We love our officials.
Yeah, and it's so incredible that we're so lucky to have officials come to our scrimmages and be able to provide such insightful perspectives to our gameplay throughout our scrimmages. I think it really helps us become a more conscientious league.
Not only that, good officiating makes us better players. So thank you so much. Looks like we are sitting in an official timeout. Yeah. Giving the skaters maybe an opportunity to catch their breath. This has been a fast and hard-hitting game.
So, since we have a little bit of time, what was your favorite game to watch this weekend?
Oh gosh, it's so hard. There were so many good ones. I really, really, really enjoyed watching Gorge Roller Derby play. I think they did a fantastic job. Nuclear Free.
Oh my
Red
God,
Deer.
yeah. They've been doing so well. Watching them, I feel like I watched them last year and then I've watched them this year, and they have just done such an incredible job of having that steady incline of improvement. I can't wait to see where they're gonna go.
On the up and up, I love it. I'm seeing some third base coaching with fans out. Just a reminder that it is toasty in this venue. It is hot. It is hot. I'd like to give a shout out while we're also in this pause moment to our great friends at St. John Ambulance. Thank you so much to our first aid attendants who've been with us throughout the weekend. We could not do it without you, and you've been active this weekend, so we thank you so much. Oh, I am getting notified from the track that we have two skaters, one of which who celebrated a birthday throughout this weekend and is celebrating hard. But on the track right now, we have number 0, Regrettal, and number 7-3, Tombstone, who are both over the hill.
Over the hill.
This just proves that age is nothing but a number, people. So when you tell me you're too old for roller derby, that is a lie.
Roller derby keeps you young. I mean, look at these two amazing human beings. So strong, so athletic, out here playing the game, doing an amazing job.
I mean, I want to be Tombstone and Regrettal when I grow up.
Me too. Looks
All
like
right,
we
we're
have
back.
Tank on the line for for Eves of Destruction. And
Tank and Twig on the track, jammer line. Only 2 blockers out for Eve's Destruction, which makes it a little bit more challenging to do that blocking, but it looks like Toombs is holding it down no problem, with Regrettal also stepping in and taking some of that offensive plays. Oh, Toombs manages to hit Twig to the outside, hoping to recycle them back. Shango back on the track, helping out Tombstone. Oh, but Twig is too fast, and they get out on the inside.
Yeah.
Tank pushing forward at the front of the pack there, hoping to get out. Oh. That's 3 points for GVRDA Cascades, and unfortunately 0 points for Eves of Destruction.
Wow, the lead change really snuck up on me. I feel like the last time I looked at the scoreboard, it was the opposite, and now, like, the GVRDA has really come ahead.
Woo! Good job.
Yeah, I love a game that comes neck and neck like this. We got Gravity Assist, 19 here jamming for the Eves of Destruction, and Stalker out here for GVRDA.
Oh, a little
Gravity
bit of
with the
loop.
hat off.
Yeah, a little bit of loop-de-loop up the front here from Stalker, who's come out as our lead jammer. Assessed his lead, but wasn't quite sure. Did a safety loop just in case.
Stalker getting hit out by Violet. Criminal. Stalker getting a
no.
cut track.
Unfortunately, assessed a cut track penalty, giving Gravity Assist an opportunity to get out and have a bit of a power jam here.
It's so interesting how leagues develop shorter names for our folks.
No, the nicknames get nicknames.
Yeah.
All right. Eves of Destruction hoping to provide a bit of offense in this power jam. Is successful, gets Gravy out.
This is a full 2-minute jam.
Trash jumping in there to provide a bit of offense for Gravity Assist, but Gravy is still pushing at the back of that, front of that pack. Stalker is back on the track with us. Oh, unfortunately, penalty assessed to number Do-Si-Do 224, and Mills as well. Mill Street Bruisery, number 613 for Eves of Destruction, both having a little sit down in the penalty box. Stalker making it look easy, coming out the front of the pack.
Gravity Assist with 2 to beat at the front. Oh, 3 to beat at the front.
Oh, I do not envy anyone who gets stuck behind Bazooka Langley.
Nothing makes me sweat like a 2-minute jam. The Accounting Agency, a trusted partner for your financial future. Visit theaccountingagency.ca. I know I will.
Oh, I'm hearing that it's an official timeout.
I find I love to be a bug on the wall for whenever the officials get together and they have their little chat about what's happening and who's seen what. I'm like, ooh, it's kind of like getting the hot tea.
I mean, as a player, I feel like our job is hard, but when I really think about it, officials have to see everything. They're focusing on like a million things at the same time, and it is, I mean, I don't think I could do it.
Yeah, and then they all have to come together and come to a consensus on like whether or not something has happened. It's incredible, and it takes a lot of teamwork to really, make a decision on a play or on something that's happened.
At this point, the game is going so well. We're at 40 for Eves of Destruction, 42 for GVRDA. We're neck and neck.
And we got Hurls out there for the Eves of Destruction and Sonic Boom for GVRDA. Hurls getting a lead. Sonic Boom not far behind. They got some beautiful offense there right off the line, Sonic Boom. Oh.
You know what I'm excited for, Goose?
What?
after party at the rooftop of the Strathcona Hotel.
I was trying to think about what I was gonna wear.
It's tight and bright, baby. What are you gonna wear?
I don't have anything that is tight or bright.
I was trying to be clever. I'm always trying to be clever with my outfits, with my costumes.
Yeah, I'm bright.
Well,
in
I was like,
Monoghan.
should I dress up in like streetwear, but as Albert Einstein to be tight and bright?
You get the Albert Einstein hair. You should do it.
Bad wordplay.
The challenging part with the hair would be the receding hairline.
The wife of Wrath reminded me that I would probably be spending most of my night trying to explain my outfit, and maybe it would lose a bit of its charm, but
I think that would be the fun of it, though. It's like it's kind of like a part of the conversation then.
But anyway, please, everyone, join us at the after party at the Strathcona Hotel, the rooftop there. There is beach volleyball and apparently drinks that come in buckets.
I love a bucket drink.
After a weekend like this, I think we probably could all benefit from a visit to Allies Integrated Health care that sees you. Getting some body work after this tournament is definitely a must. But if you have any needs in the healthcare department, anything along the lines of chiro, physio, any of that type of stuff, we do have amazing sponsors, Allies Integrated Health, as well as Parkway Physiotherapy. Do you have any pies this weekend, Chuck?
I enjoyed a, oh my God, what was it? It was not the curry pie,
Butter chicken pie?
Yeah.
Oh, the butter chicken
my
pie.
God, I love that. It's so good. On the line, we have Kitty Catapult for the Eves of Destruction, and we have Big Dick Barb for GVRDA. Okay.
Okay.
Big Dick Barb getting hit out by Bazooka Langley, getting run back. I find it's always so hard when you're like, oh, like I'm almost there, and then you get hit out, and you're like, oh my God, I have to go all the way back.
This is fast. This is active.
Oh, we got some offense coming in from, who is it? 5-1 for
Florence the Machine coming in
GVRDA.
from the box to provide offense for Kitty Catapult.
We got Big Dick Barb coming through with lead. Kitty Catapult not far behind, getting held up by 5-1 again.
Oh, I love that. Kitty just hit after hit at the front trying to push their way through.
Yeah. Man, to be young, to be able to bounce like a spring.
Oh, always a gamble coming through the middle.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure we avoid those officials.
Kitty Catapult getting through with their initial pass. Big Dick Barb calling it off pretty promptly there.
Because it's been so hot, I've been so thankful that Hazel's ice cream was with us this weekend. I had a bubblegum one, a cookies and cream one. Hazel's ice cream, local, amazing.
Yeah, and I love that they come in an ice cream bar, so you don't have, it's like not as messy. It's
Oh,
just.
speak for yourself. I'm always messy with the ice cream.
I guess I just eat it so fast, it doesn't have time to melt. We have Gravity Assist here, number 19, pushing at the pack at the front for the Eves of Destruction, and Twig at the back with Eves.
Number 0, Regrettal, doing a fantastic job providing both offense while also keeping the pack. Oh, but Nikki Fury says, no thank you. Pushes Regrettal out of the way. Gravity Assist, fighting up at the front, just pushing, pushing, pushing. Number 6-6, That Dumb Bee, doing a fantastic job with this one-on-one blocking, keeping Gravy from just reaching that last piece. But that's it, they're out. Gravity assist takes lead jammer. Twig has now stashed the helmet cover, looking for a pass to their pivot. Number 151, Nikki Fury. And they're out. Nikki Fury's got the helmet cover and is made their escape. Gravy calls it before Nikki Fury gets an opportunity to gather any points.
I think that the ref call for not lead is just so graceful.
Oh, it looks so wonderful. That
Yeah.
hand swishing motion back and forth. It's very calming.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of a bird.
We do, in fact, have a lead change, I believe. We're at 46-44.
We have Tombstone at the front for the Eves of Destruction, and Stalker at the back with GVRDA.
And you might have noticed that number 7-3 Tombstone, this is their first time jamming, maybe not in this game, but definitely in this tournament. Occasionally taking the star cover as pivot in earlier games, but here we go. Stalker out as lead jammer, approaches the back of the pack to hopefully score some points. Oh, and makes light work of that. Glides through like butter. Tombstone hoping to grab a couple points here. Looks like GVRDA manages to get all 4 points, but Tombstone does sneak 1 point in there.
I think that toe covers for your skates is so important. And I think that it really helps the longevity of your skates. I really realized that when I got my new ones, and I totally wrecked them. And I got toe covers from Bad Girlfriend's Skate Shop this weekend, and I can't wait to put them on.
Okay, so we have Sonic Boom hoping to take the inside line while Hurls is pushing hard on the out. Dread the Red hoping to provide some offense for Sonic Boom.
Sonic Boom has some pretty cool toe covers too. I wonder if they got them at Bad Girlfriend or Roller Girl.
Hurls manages to get lead, but looks like Sonic Boom has beat them out of the pack. Looks like a bit of a jammer race, but Hurls says no thank you and calls it off. Often overlooked in these awesome times. I just want to say a big thank you to Jer over here, who's helped us providing sound, making us sound great throughout the whole weekend. So thank you, Jeremy.
And that's our halftime, folks. Go check out the Apple's delicious baked goods and sodas over at the Vendor Village.
And in this moment, if you have an opportunity, you can check out the Eves of Destruction 18 silent auction. There's some really great items in there, so make sure you take a look. Place your bids. You could go home with some fantastic things. All right, we're just over a minute and a half here left in halftime before we enter our second period of the game. Just want to give another great shout out to our amazing crew of dedicated officials and NSOs. I've just been informed that our very own Bobby Flair has also recently officiated their 200th game. So big congratulations to Bobby Flair for over 200 games officiated. Incredible milestone. Looks like we've got a great lineup here to start off the second half. Gravity Assist jamming for Eves of Destruction. And we have Big Dick Barb jamming for GVRDA. Hi, Barb. We get to enter our second half with 2 full lines, completely empty penalty box, which is always a great sign.
I love to see everyone laughing and enjoying themselves on the track. Not to make you feel like you're being observed, but guess what? You're on camera.
Y'all look great from up here. All right, that's the 5-second mark. A little bit of jammer on jammer jumbling around at the start, right off the line. Gravity Assist pushing up, but Big Dick Barb manages to sneak on the inside line to get out for lead. Violet Criminal takes the star. Successful star pass to Violet Criminal, who is now acting as jammer. Big Dick Barb hits the back of the pack, nice and hot, with some assistance from Do-Si Do. GVRDA folds back to provide some offense to get Big Dick Barb out, while Violent Criminal comes up, but that's it. Big Dick Barb calls it off. That's 3 points awarded to GVRDA, with 0 points awarded to Eves of Destruction. Kitty Catapult and Twig lined up at the jammer line. Everybody sucked back right there. And we're off. Kitty Catapult doing some side to side across the back there, trying to create a little bit of space for themselves while Grotto provides some offense. Twig fighting their way up the front with Dread the Red providing offense for them up there. Oh, a little bit of a slip, but still out. Still manages to get lead. Kitty Catapult coming hot on their tail. That dumb bee provides some great offense, so Twig can get some points and call it off. Well, look at that. Eves of Destruction manages to get 1 point, while GVRDA takes 2. Did you catch that Los Panos outside?
Yeah, I did.
Amazing Venezuelan food.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Been with us all weekend. It smells great, tastes great.
Yeah, I walk in sometimes and I can like smell other people's food, and then I'm like, I can't eat another meal.
Oh man, clearly Stalker had their Wheaties this morning. Just flies out of the front of the pack. Hurl's coming in with some signature pushing. Bazooka Langley says, no thank you to Stalker.
Yeah, Hurl's pushing their way at the front there. Oh, squeaking through.
Oh, geez, there we go. The pack is moving fast, which is great for Stalker. They just fly right through, pick up all their points, and call it.
A fast pack can be so great when you're the jammer that has lead.
It's a double-edged sword, though, right? It's like, if it's moving fast, sometimes that's really great, but then sometimes you're really tired and you have to run and try and catch it.
Yeah, exactly. It always depends on where you're at in the game.
Got the Eves of Destruction lined up on the back line. 3 GVRDA skaters backing up to meet them with Gravity Assist and Sonic Boom jamming.
We're getting some jammer jammer defense there. Gravity pushing against Sonic Boom at the very beginning. Getting some offense from Flo.
Florence the Machine hoping to get Gravity Assist out. Unfortunately, they get recycled to the outside. Enters in the back of the pack. Sonic Boom pushing their way, but that is a tough tripod to be working against. Our fourth GVRDA blocker is back on the track.
Getting run back by Lank the Tank. Wow, Tank seems to be doing everything today. A little bit of jamming, a little bit of pivoting, a little bit of blocking. Amazing.
Tombstone. Oh, sorry. Lank the Tank holding down Sonic Boom. Regrettal and Lank the Tank providing an amazing 2-wall. But that dumb B's coming in to provide some offense. And the pack is split up here.
Gravity taking the hat off, looking to pass. Doesn't look like they have a pivot.
Unfortunately, their pivot's in the box. Oh, no. Sonic Boom taking that outside line to pick up some more points. Gravity Assist, getting the recycle to the back. Sonic Boom just flying right through once again, picking up another 4 points. But Lank the Tank is ready, re-enters the track as pivot, hoping to provide Gravity Assist with some assistance. The sneakiest star pass you ever did see. Lank the Tank is out. As the Eves of Destruction say, we love it when a plan comes together, and that star pass was a perfectly executed plan.
That was a hard-fought jam. If I was doing that, I would definitely be looking for an ice-cold beverage. Maybe a straight and narrow, maybe a driftwood. I guess we'll find out tonight at the after party.
Oh, yeah. Now, we've got a bit of a change in score here. So GVRDA Cascades is up at 75, where Ease of Destruction B team is at 46. But still lots of time left in this half. We've got an opportunity to see some changes happen there. We'll just have to wait and see.
That's what I love about this game, is that just when you think it's going to be one way, switches things up. Like,
It's not over till it's over.
yeah.
Things can change. You can have a good couple jams, a couple tough jams. You never know. It's where that mental game thing comes into play.
Absolutely.
All right, we're back. Got Trish Trash on the line against Big Dick Barb. Fun fact, Trish Trash at one point did play with many of these skaters. So this is a bit of a tough time with old teammates. Oh, but providing no issue, it seems. Big Dick Barb is out on the out. Trish Trash pulls off that helmet cover, maybe hoping to pass to Bazooka Langley, but being held back very effectively by Identity Crisis. Oh, but a pass hasn't happened, but Trish Trash manages to get out with the star in hand. But Big Dick Barb looks like they've got a couple more points and calls it off.
I was just gifted a sweet little treat from the Apples bake sale.
Oh man, those roller derby moms know how to bake.
Oh my God, do they ever? And do they ever know how to take care of people who are very hungry? Like myself, up here in the announcing booth. Thank you so much. Looks like we have Kitty Catapult over here on the line for the EOD, and we have Twig out there for GVRDA.
Oh, Kitty Catapult landing some pretty heavy hits on those blockers, hoping to get through.
Getting some offense
breaking
from
through with some
Regrettal.
offense, hoping to get them out. And being ready to stop any runbacks that happen. Twig just pushing on an incredible 3-wall.
Kitty getting out with the lead.
Yeah, he did. Lashes coming back from the box, hoping to provide some offense, and was successful. But doesn't matter because Kitty Catapult is out. Kitty Catapult calls it before Twig is able to get any points. Oh, we've got some shouting from the crowd here. It's getting active. All right, so we've got 3 on the track for GVRDA, but a full lineup from Eves of Destruction. Pearls jamming, coming in with their signature absolute train wrecking through, manages to get through.
Pearls is amazing at pushing straight through a pack like that, just slicing through.
Oh, there's bodies flying everywhere. But don't worry, Stalker is out. Pearls being urged to call it and does call it. And look at that.
You know, I love it when my coach tells me exactly what I'm supposed to do. When I'm out there, it's just one brain cell rattling around. Just a brain cell and eyes.
It's nice to take the decision-making out.
One less
Everybody's
thing to
lined
worry
up at the
about.
back of the pack here. Getting ready for our next jam, Jam 7.
Looks like we have Tank and Sonic Boom.
Oh, Sonic
So-
Boom hoping to take that inside line. Dread the Red providing some great offense, pushing 7-3. Unfortunately, 3-1-3, Dread the Red is getting issued a back block penalty. Link the Tank holding it down in the back, but Lashes and Nikki Fury are saying a no thank you. Regrettal manages to get a bit of movement in that pack there. But Sonic Boom is out for a lead. Looks like they're coming in. Gonna hopefully get a couple points, and they're just gonna call it. Perfect. Amazing strategy.
Incredible.
You're just eating your muffin over there.
This is so good. Nothing shuts me up like food.
So once again, Eves of Destruction starting with a full lineup. GVRDA looking at a 3-wall. Fortunately, Dread the Red still in the penalty box. We've got Big Dick Barb and Gravity Assist out on the jam line.
Looks like we have Champagne giving some beautiful offense to Gravity Assist.
Okay. And
Gravity
look at that.
Assist coming out
Gravity
with a lead.
Assist is out. Looks like we've got a star stash by Big Dick Barb. Going to 2-2-4, Do-Si-Do, taking it successfully and running away. Gravy calls it before Do-Si-Do is able to approach the back of the pack.
Gravity
So-
collecting 2 points, leaving GVRDA with nothing.
2-0 jam. So we are skating in Esquimalt. We're at Archie Browning Arena in Victoria, BC, which happens to be very, very close to our friends at Driftwood. Driftwood Brewing is our sponsor for the season.
We have Kitty Catapult out for the Eves and Twig out for GVRDA. Twig's pushing hard at the front, looking for some offense from Dread the Red.
Looks like some big heavy hits there on Kitty Catapult.
Getting some offense from Regrettal, getting pulled back by that dumb bitch. Oh, beauty.
We can't help but cheer that that was an incredible apex jump by Kitty Catapult.
Looks like Twig is in the box.
He's out there making it look easy.
We got a fast pack happening here. Good thing Kitty is speedy.
We are on a power jam. Kitty Catapult up at the
Kitty
front
pushing
there.
hard at the front.
Hoping to spread the pack out and slowly pick forward one by one by one. Unfortunately, number 9-2, a lot of Java getting issued a penalty heading to the box. But Kitty calls it off. Oh, it's so nice to see a big successful apex jump in a game.
I know, it's my favorite.
Nothing gets me more riled up when I see that. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like there's a time and a place, and when that time and the place is right, it is so right.
Like magic. All right. We've got Hurls on the track. Number 28, Stalker.
We got Trish at the front blocking Stalker. Oh, joined by Zooks.
Mills hoping to provide some offense at the back to get Hurls out.
Spreading that pack out, Stalker gets out with a lead. Hurl's not far behind.
An attempt to knock out, but Hurl says, no way, Jose. Keeps going.
Skirting that outside line, GVRDA gets 3 points, leaving EOD with 0. We got Gravity Assist out there with EOD and Sonic Boom with GVRDA.
Oh, and we're up to 2 full lines on the track, so all 4 blockers from each team are on the track. Sonic Boom, once again with that successful inside line, gets out.
Gravity looking to pass the panty, successfully passing it to Regrettal. Regrettal pushing hard up the center, getting out, not far behind Sonic Boom. Calling it off promptly.
And the crowd goes absolutely wild as Regrettal gets out as Jammer.
One of my favorite things to do after a tournament like this is going back and looking at all of the photos. So many of our amazing photographers throughout the weekend have really captured some amazing shots.
For today, we had Fatal Fantasy Photos and Negative Nancy, so thank you so much for being out here and capturing all the action on the track.
Yeah, and I hope that all of the teams go and check out their websites and their social medias to collect some photos, amazing photos from the weekend.
Big Dick Barb was able to get out as lead jammer and comes back to the back of the pack. Kitty Catapult was doing some amazing outside toe work, but unfortunately was recycled back momentarily. Shango able to recycle Big Dick Barb back, but again, favoring that inside line, is able to sneak through. Bazooka Langley holding it up at the front. Kitty Catapult has pulled the star cover off their helmet. He's looking to do a pass, hopefully to the pivot to Violet Criminal there. Oh, and a successful star pass has happened. Violet Criminal is out as jammer. But Big Dick Barb's looking to the bench saying, do I call it? Do I call it? Hoping to capture a few more points.
I think it's so entertaining when the jammer's coming in real fast and then calls it, and as they're calling it, they're flying through the air. It's so entertaining.
It looks really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Hurls at the jam line with Twig. Hurls manages to sneak that outside line out for lead jammer. Twig has pulled off the star cover, looking to pass their pivot. Nikki Fury takes the star cover, is out, but Hurls comes through with just 2 blockers at the front to hopefully get past. Nikki Fury manages to sneak up the inside line, but Hurls does call it. That's 3 points for Eves of Destruction and 3 points for GVRDA.
The score currently is 61 for the Eves and 95 for GVRD, with a total of 13 minutes remaining. I've seen a bigger spread in a shorter time to come back, you know? And I've seen people come back full round for in games like this. So it still could be anybody's game.
It's always anybody's game. We
Yeah.
are at an official timeout. And I want to say, oh, look at this dancing that's happening on the track. Lucky us. We get a little show up here. Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
Make sure you save some of those moves for the after party at Strathcona Hotel at the rooftop, hey?
I hope that all of our visiting teams had the opportunity this weekend to check out some of the amazing sites that Victoria has to offer. We've had some really beautiful weather to be able to check things out.
Yeah, and luckily the Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission put together a fantastic resource with a ton of discounts on experiences here in town, which is another one of the great benefits of having them as one of our supporters and partners. They're able to put together these resources we can send to all of our visiting teams, so while they're here, they're not just fully roller derby, they get to experience some of Victoria as well.
On the line, we have Gravity Assist for the EOD and Stalker for GVRDA.
Eves of Destruction is starting with 3 blockers on the track, whereas GVRDA gets the full lineup, and that makes easy work for Stalker, who's able to get out as lead jammer. Gravity Assist has got the push of the full force of a 4-wall up at the front. But Dosido comes back to do a little bit of offense. Oh, and there we go. Stalker's out once again, but Gravity Assist also out. A little bit of a jammer race happening here. Gravity Assist puts the helmet cover back on, and we are rushing up to the pack. The Stalker calls it off. That will be a 0-0 jam for both teams.
Yeah, one of my friends was actually telling me that they're going to stick around in Victoria for a week and check out all of the sites and stuff like that. Yeah.
We encourage anyone who's watching on the stream, if you've got a team from out of town and you're interested in coming to play the Eves of Destruction, please reach out to us. We're always looking for teams to play throughout our season, as well as when we set up for tournaments like this one. Kitty Catapult does a little dance on the outside, but gets caught at the back of the pack.
Some amazing reforming by the Eves there in the front around Sonic Boom. We got Kitty Catapult in the back.
Sonic Boom takes advantage of a no-pack situation to get out, but Kitty Catapult is hot on their heels. That Dumby hoping to push the pivot up and out of the way in the pack. Sonic Boom calls it off at the back of the pack.
Leaving 1 point for GVRDA and 0 for the Eves. Looks like we have reached the century mark with GVRDA.
Oh my gosh, we've reached 100.
On the line, we have Hurls and Big Dick Barb.
Oh, a little bit of offense trying to be offered on the inside line for Big Dick Barb, but luckily they're able to sneak in the outside.
Kazuko Langley trying to come in and do some hot D.
Hurls removes the helmet cover from their head and hoping to do a pass. Oh, hot dog. Big Dick Barb out once again, but Hurls coming in through the pack. Big Dick Barb says, I'm going to maybe hopefully get 1 point and call it. No points and calls it. With just about 10 minutes left in this game, we are looking at 104 to GVRDA's Cascades and 61 to Eves of Destruction B.
Looks like we have Gravity Assist here on the line with Twig.
Oh my gosh, look at Nikki Fury, just that one-on-one blocking, able to hold Gravity Assist in the back.
Jerry and Regrettal.
Still making great work. Oh my gosh, I'm dropping things up here. Making great work pushing up through the pack. Veronica Duval hoping to provide some offense, and Regrettal coming in to hopefully push them through. Twig, meanwhile, manages to get through the top of the pack and is out for lead. Regrettal successfully takes the helmet cover off of Gravity Assist and is now acting as jammer for Eves of Destruction B team and is pushing at the front of the pack. Twig re-enters the back of the pack after getting hit out.
Regrettal pushing hard against Lashes.
Unfortunately, getting it recycled to the inside of the track by Lashes. Twig getting shut down by almost a 4-wall. But Nikki Fury coming in and providing some amazing offense. Oh, pardon me, Dread the Red coming in to provide that amazing offense.
Regrettal pushing hard at the back.
Oh, Lashes coming in as well. We've got a double offense opportunity for Twig up at the front. Lashes trying to hold gravity assist back. Regrettal doing a fantastic job pushing at the back of the pack. These two GVRDA blockers not making it easy.
Regrettal getting some offense from Jerry Can. Six seconds left to this jam.
This is one of those jams where you feel for those jammers that are just continually doing the side to side and getting recycled back. So great job to everyone out on the track right now. That was an epic, epic jam.
Regrettal is one of our wonderful announcers that has been announcing all weekend. Doing a remarkable job of announcing all the many different games that happen throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I'm learning it is not an easy job.
Yeah, yesterday was my first time announcing, and I was sweating.
Tombs out as jammer for Eves of Destruction, but number 28 Stalker is coming in hot, pushing along that inside line with 4 Eves of Destruction blockers trying to hold them back. Bit of a scrum happening at the front of the pack here. We've got a little, it's like turns and turns and turns of blockers moving through. At this moment, looks like Tombs is out as lead jammer. Stalker looking to do a bit of a pass.
Unfortunately, their pivot is in the box.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, their pivot's in the box, but that's okay because Tombs is out. I have to say, these GVRDA blockers are incredible with their offense. They are just providing hit after hit after hit. Tombs at the back of the pack. Oh, and there we go. Stalker is out with helmet cover in hand. But Tombs calls it before they're able to come and collect any points. Fortunately, pivot's still in the box for GVRDA. Looks like they're standing, though. They should be out soon.
Yeah.
Everyone will be out to join the party shortly.
Speaking of party, I don't know if we mentioned it yet again, but we do have an after party at the Strathcona Hotel today at the rooftop.
It is a Titan Bright party. Hope to see y'all there.
Yeah, and there you can buy either a straight and narrow or a Driftwood Brewery beverage.
Oh my gosh. So the pivot re-entering the pack for GVRDA, hoping to provide offense at the back there for Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom takes that opportunity and is out.
Bazooka Lele nearly hitting them out on that outside line, but they still managed to get out.
Kitty Catapult and using their amazing fast feet skills to try and move back and forth, hopefully garner some room there up at the front. Sonic Boom getting some offense from that dumb bee, pushing the anchor up and out of the way, a classic and fantastic move. Bazooka Langley is giving up no space at all, though, with Florence and the Machine helping them to keep Sonic Boom at the back of the pack. Kitty Catapult is out, but Sonic Boom does call it off. This is an incredibly physical game. Not just this game. Roller derby in general is an incredibly physical game, and with that comes many, many, many opportunities for ouchies, scrapes, boo-boos, breaks, sprains, bruises. Thank goodness we have our friends at Parkway Physiotherapy to help us.
Yes,
help bring us back into skating, full skating form.
100%. On the line, we have Fat Button Hurls and Big Dick Barb. Looks like we have Big Dick Barb and the back there with fighting against 3 EOD blockers and Hurls out with lead.
One once Hurls gets moving, it's really hard to stop them, and they prove that they can just run out there and get lead.
Looks like GVRDA had a successful star pass to Malice. Malice coming around hot into the pack.
Hurls calls it off before Malice is able to get any points. But the big smile on Malice's face tells me that it's okay.
Looks like we have we have all 4 Eves and 3 GVRDA blockers out on the track right now.
I'm going to tell you, though, looking at this lineup, Dread the Red, Nat Dumby, and Nikki Fury, that is a tough 3-wall.
Absolutely.
Gravity Assist manages to pull through and is out. We've got a lot of Java coming in to provide some offensive assistance for Twig. Twig looking to do that pass and
Gravity
Gravy.
getting around.
look at Gravy go.
Smooth sailing.
Just out and out and out. Successful star pass. Oh, no, pardon me. Twig keeps the star, but Gravy calls it before they're able to capture any points in the back of the pack.
Out there.
Hot dog.
Yeah.
We're getting close. With just over 2 minutes left in this game, we may be looking at our last couple of jams.
We have Kitty Catapult and Stalker out there on the jam line.
Full complement of blockers on the track. Kitty Catapult looking to do the outside. Same with Stalker, a little bit of back and forth, back and forth. Offense provided on the in for Stalker. But Kitty Catapult jumping, juking, flailing. Oh, and a bit of a hit to the outside. Stalker getting hit to the inside. Kitty Catapult is out as lead jammer. Stalker pulling off the helmet cover, hoping to do maybe a pass or at the very least a bit of a distraction. Kitty Catapult going back and forth and back and forth. Successful star pass out to number 224, Do-Si Do. But Kitty Catapult is getting urged to call it off. Manages to pick up all 4 points.
A little fun fact about Mills Street Brewery. They are also an accountant. The accounting agency, a trusted partner for your financial future. You can visit them at accountingagency.ca. I wonder if they're affiliated. I think they are.
I think you need to visit Mills. So we are just at a minute 29 left in this game. GVRDA Cascades at 111, Ease of Destruction B Team at 80. But at the end of the day, with these fantastic faces and the fantastic attitudes on the track, I think we're all coming out as winners.
Yeah, I found throughout the whole weekend, everyone seemed to be in really good spirits about each game that came through.
No bad vibes.
No
Only
bad
good
vibes.
vibes here.
Yeah. I'm sure the summer sun
Poor
helps.
Regretto's laughing at us up here. These two absolute goofballs trying to do announcing so Regretto gets an opportunity to get some gameplay on.
You got wheels, and we got microphones. On the line, we have Hurls and
Big Dick Barb.
Big Dick Barb. Hey, Hurls pushing their way hard at the front. Big Dick Barb out at the front with lead. Hurls looking for some offense from Regretto there on the inside line.
Unfortunately, Regretto issued a back block penalty, is heading to the penalty box. Big Dick Barb is absolutely out. Garnered all 4 points on that pass. Hurls still pushing their way through the front of the pack, hoping to move some blockers.
Looks
and
like
get
Big
out
Dick
on their
Barb
initial.
getting some offense from Dread the Red.
Another successful round for Big Dick Barb. Looks like Dread the Red's looking to do a little bit of offense on the outside so Big Dick Barb can get through. Oh, sneaks on the outside line. Regretto entering the pack as well, coming back from their penalty. Hurls takes off the helmet cover, hoping for a little bit of reprieve, maybe pass to their pivot. Big Dick Barb out for another 4 points. This is a fantastic jam for Big Dick Barb. Link the Tank takes the helmet cover and is now acting as jammer for Eves of Destruction B. Oh, Link the Tank manages to sneak out to get 4 points before the jam is called off. And that is it, folks. That is the end of our game.
Looks like we have a score of 84 for the Eves of Destruction and 129 for GVRDA Cascades.
For Ease of Destruction, MVP Jammer goes to number 14, Kitty Catapult. For GVRDA, MVP Blocker goes to number 313, Dread the Red. For Eves of Destruction, the MVP blocker goes to 02 Bazooka Langley. For GVRDA, our Spirit Award goes to number 151, Nikki Fury. And for Eves of Destruction, our Spirit Award goes to number 604, Trish Trash. Congratulations to our MVPs.
Should we say the thing about thank you things?
Thank you to everyone who's come out to the tournament this weekend. Thank you to our fans. Thank you to our visiting teams, officials, traveling fans, folks on the live stream. Thank you so much for joining in and tuning in and being a part of this fantastic weekend. We cannot wait to see you, to host you, to play you, to party with you next year. See you at Capital City Chaos 2026.